Is my microphone muted?
No, it's not. Oh, hang on, wait, here's the good part. Alright, watch this, everyone. You ready? What bang! Oh my god, how crazy, how crazy. But then... oh my god. The cat. The cat of dreams. And of destiny. Not of destiny, actually. Destiny's really bad. Anyway, Stellar Blade. Josh. We're gonna do this. Audio. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We out here. Hello everyone. It has been a very long time. I last streamed when Resident Evil 9 came out. Very good game. I've beaten Resident Evil 3 and 5 since I beat 9. Nice. Oh, hey. Bam, press left on the D-pad, he does this. Fun fact, everyone. Wow, how crazy. I'm going to hit new game using clear data. This one. It's my legend mode save. And then do it on legend again. Slightly brighter than usual, of course. Yes. Time to game. Right. I'll probably show, look at the trailer later. for Stranger Than Heaven, which, if you've seen the thumbnail, that's Jack from Stranger of Paradise. I genuinely have been struggling so hard to call it Stranger Than Heaven. I constantly just call it Stranger of Paradise, and it's not intentional.
Definitely smoke, but no visible signs of fire.
Every single time.
Looks more like signal flares. Gonna say this is probably a false alarm or a prank.
I think that was pre-rendered. Anyway.
Clear to proceed.
Yeah, the thumbnail though, the most recent trailer, they had like a new sort of cover image, and it's what's his face with the blue and the orange background.
Who in their right mind finds this kind of thing funny?
That's Phil.
Causing a commotion.
How do you pronounce his last name? Fireman number 2. It's his breakout role. Anyway, oh fuck.
In Japan, 99.9%.
It's Greg Chun from Fire Emblem.
Guilty verdict.
I've been okay. Sort of.
About 10,000 to 1.
Shut up, Yagmi. We're gonna go do a tailing mission now. Fuck. I've been playing. Speaking of Greg Chun, although he doesn't voice him, I beat Fire Emblem Path of Radiance. That's the first one with Ike in it, if you know Ike from Smash Bros. A couple months ago, and then like last week I beat Radiant Dawn, the sequel on the Wii, which I've owned for ages and I've never beaten. And that's like the greatest RPG. The two of them as a combined package is like the greatest RPG I've ever played in my life. It was fucking incredible. And then I set my Xbox Live profile picture to Ike. There you go. Marco, dramatic pause, Daito, yeah. I was gonna say, the first thing with Stranger Than Heaven that has, like, kind of pissed me off so far is, like... I mean, surely this May thing will finally, like, show some things off, but, like... They have been showing a lot more of the gameplay than they usually do with the Yakuza games. Like, any Yakuza game trailer will just be... You know, oh, here's 1,000 cutscenes, and then, oops. I accidentally let go of why. Here's 1,000 cutscenes, and then here's, like, a mini-game or something like that. Like, that's what they do in all their trailers, but at least with Stranger Than Heaven, they've actually been, which I almost called Stranger of Paradise just then, they've been showing much more gameplay than usual, and then they'll, if there's a cutscene, it'll just be like, oh, very occasional, sort of small, quick thing, something like that. But, despite the fact that they've done that, they've still, like, not really at all explained any premise. Like, what's the premise of the story or anything like that. They don't even have, like, dialogue of someone saying, like, John Stranger, you need to be stranger than heaven. Dun, dun, dun. They don't even have anything like that. So it's like Mako Dato. I don't even know who bro is. What's even the point of it? What's his personality like? Anything like that? I have no idea. And so many people saying, oh, I'm already so invested. It's going to be the greatest game of all time. It probably won't be. But you've got nothing to fucking hook yourself on so far. Also, I don't understand the point of the focus time thing. It like automatically does it. Also, speaking of Pokopia, I started playing it the other day. Very cool. I'm hoping to try and get Politoed, because he's... Shut up, Bryce Pappenbrook! I'm looking forward to getting Politoed, because he's my favorite. He's my favorite Pokemon. Anyway. Daito's Kiryu's father. Yeah. There was something else about to say. Shit. That's it. Yeah, the Xbox preview was just a teaser trailer. It was a bit weird. But speaking of Xbox, day one on Game Pass, so I guess, you know, they learnt nothing from Gaiden. But I think I've been saying it in streams recently. I've had a theory for a while that either they've already spent too much money, or like Sega have not really been comfortable with giving RGG Studio all of this money for... I'm just walking here in front of this one. They've not really been comfortable, sorry, with giving all this money to RGG Studio for Stranger Than Heaven. Also, sorry, I'm just readjusting my mic. Something like that, or they really want it to be ambitious, so they're trying to get as much money as possible. So that's why they've been, like, shilling the shit out of it in everything. They've just been like, look, guys, look, you can get a shirt, you can get a phone case, you can get this, you can get that, you can get a hat that says, ha, now ain't this strange, you know what I mean? They've got all this sort of shit. And they showed off like that trailer of that woman singing. They showed that off like 3 times. I think there was like the RGG Summit where they showed it again. They're like, look guys, here's one final trailer for Stranger Than Heaven. And it was the same trailer. And that theory is once again sort of proven right by the fact that they have done this deal with Microsoft. Which Persona has some sort of deal with Microsoft. That's why Persona is always shown off at like Xbox events and stuff, and any trailer, just random trailer, will always have like the Xbox logo at the start.
That's Yagami. He's the detective who reported Aniki's affair to his old lady.
Holy shit. Oh, that was Robbie Downey. But anyway. Atlas have that. Sega and Atlas, you know, basically same company at this point. All this sort of shit. But I just sort of think that they've been struggling so hard that Microsoft said, hey, we like the look of this game. Why don't you give us, like, sort of exclusive marketing, publishing sort of rights, and we'll give you a fat stack of cash. And they went, okay. And they said, but, there's a caveat, day one on Game Pass. And they were like, oh yeah, bro, yeah. Yeah, fucking, absolutely, I'll gladly do that. But it's never a good thing. Even multi-platform releases, day one on Game Pass is never really a good thing. That's why they had to completely change how Game Pass worked, because they were fucking over COD by doing it. And it's Call of Duty. If Call of Duty struggles because it's on Game Pass, what do you think will happen to any other game? Especially a brand new IP from a developer that only ever makes niche games, like Super Monkey Ball and Yakuza. You know what I mean? Ain't this strange, Earth and Heaven? But yeah, also functionally unrecognizable, so there's no way to form an opinion. Yeah, I agree, because, you know, they have shown a bit of things, like you can dodge and you can kick and all that sort of stuff, but so far there's no real way of knowing what is, like, scripted action sequences and what is actually, like, unscripted, fully functional gameplay. Because at least with the Yakuza games, like, if they were to just show a trailer of just the heat actions or something like that, you can at least know, like, you know, I've played the other games, I know how this is going to play, I can look at the trailers and gameplay of other games and figure things out. It'd be a bit different if it was like the turn-based games. Like, if the turn-based games were just the Kiwami actions, the extreme things, it'd be kind of hard to tell. Fuck off, Kosuke.
Guess it's okay.
Yes, it's okay. I'm Aaron Yeager. Super Monkey Ball is not niche. It's not mainstream, really. It's people that are fans of those sorts of things know about Super Monkey Ball, you know what I mean? Get ready. Also, there's like 3 of these in the entire game. As in the main game, of course. If you weren't a stranger to me, that'd be heaven.
I just sent you a new shot. Take a look.
Kaito-san.
Yeah, I see it.
We're alone.
Not bad.
The volume alright, by the way, everyone? Looks like it should be fun. What the?
Talk. Be real with me. Kosuke's guilty as all hell, right?
All the versions of Sotenbori and Kamurocho.
They just cruise around.
Yeah, I don't know about the other areas,
for any amount of improving.
what, like Japanese cities they're based
be
off,
fair.
but yeah, it... Did they show... I don't know if they, like, showed... I think they showed Sotenbori in that most recent trailer, but that, like, they had already shown it in a previous trailer anyway, so we already knew that was there. Kamurocho being there too. That's another thing I want to say, is that it's very likely it could be like a Final Fantasy situation where none of them are the same world, none of them have connected stories except for like
Not a
10-2,
whole lot right now.
13-2, that sort of
Just
stuff.
wandering around town.
But
Pretty much killing time.
it
with
could
the
very
average
easily be something along the lines
Any idea where
of
he's headed?
they're just being a little cheeky and they're just like, oh look, all of our games, they're not like the same story, they're not connected or anything like that, but they're sort of set in the same universe, a bit like Judgment
You new here?
and Lost Judgment, of
Can't
course.
just go waltzing in.
Oh, that's
Because I said so,
Xanamobis.
that's why. Now beat it.
Anyway,
Hey, look.
yeah, so it could just be like, oh, it's just in Kamurocho. It's not actually going to be connected to the Tojo clan or the Yomi Alliance or anything like that. But I suppose we shall see. It'd be nice, again, if they, you know, would actually show a bit more story and stuff. Which, saying before as well, like them trying to get people as invested as possible, sorry. Like, if you think about other game developers when they do a brand new IP, how one of the things that they do and like all their reveal trailers and all that sort of stuff is initially they gotta get everyone hooked on the premise and all that. They gotta like try and like showcase as much of the vision as they want as possible, as they want or as possible. So you think like, I don't know, Death Stranding reveal trailer or some shit like that. They showed off like a cool desolate world and fucking some low role playing or something, and then they showed Norman Reedus on a bike, and it's like, whoa, what the hell is this? I'm hooked. I'm interested. But then so far, Stranger of Heaven. Also, I'm fucking struggling right now. I don't know why it's not working. Please work. I don't know what's going on. There we go. That was okay. I don't know why that happened. Yeah, they're just like, oh look, it's just sort of old Japan. I don't know. It's not that interesting.
You hanging in there, buddy?
So,
Kind of hit a wall here.
What's that supposed to mean?
I don't know.
You didn't lose the guy, did you?
Look, my hands are tied right now. Everything's under control.
Come on, Greg, you're saying that, but you're not actually climbing yet, bro. Alright, let's just chill here for a sec. Look at these cats. Based. Yeah, I want to see more of Dato's personality. I don't know. They're like trying to be cryptic, and this is not what you do for a new IP. Again, unless it ends up being that it's like Stranger Than Heaven, and then in the May trailer they're like Stranger Than Heaven, and then a subtitle fades in, a Like a Dragon side story. Then it'd make sense. If they do that, it might sell a bit better, but it'd be a bit unfortunate at the same time.
Didn't mean to interrupt.
Hey, who's this clown?
And wait, the second guy is Yuri Lowenthal. Get ready, everyone.
First time I've ever seen him.
Boom. Emery of a champion. Alright, watch this, and then you wanna... Butcha! Oh. Punk ass Abe. See ya. Yeah, we'll have to see it. And then also, Snoop Dogg is the bait for 40-year-old men. Yeah, a little bit.
I'm still in that building
Which,
with Kosuke-kun.
you know,
Had a
makes
little
sense.
run-in with some
The
watchdogs.
appeal of the Yakuza games has always been trying to appeal to
Tell me, where's he?
But let
more
me-
mature people, basically. But here we go. It's my favorite parts of Lost Judgment stealth sections. Snoop Dogg's pretty funny as well. Of course, he's significantly more famous than any of the Japanese actors, no matter what they think. Like, it's Snoop Dogg. Everyone knows Snoop Dogg. Kind of funny. Snoop Dogg's a little homophobic. They can't really... They're struggling a little bit to get celebrities that are controversy-free, to say the least. But... yeah, it's a bit of an odd choice. The shot where they...
I heard we got an intruder in here.
Shut up! The shot where they show
Okay.
Snoop Dogg punching fucking Steve Heaven, Steve Root, I don't fucking know, Stan. Oh, Stranger Than, it's Stan. His name is Stan Heaven. Holy shit, Stranger Than Heaven. There you go, everyone. I figured it out. Anyway, the shot. I don't know, maybe I'll cop some flack for this, but it looks fucking ugly as shit. I hate the colors and the lighting and stuff. It's very Pirate Yakuza of them. Pardon me. And like you can barely see any expression in Snoop Dogg or Stan's face because fucking it's all just like blacked out basically, and there's like this smoke covering it as well, which is supposed to be like an impact effect and stuff. But it's like Pirate Yakuza was like them experimenting with that sort of lighting because that's what they wanted with fucking with fucking Stranger Than Heaven. I don't know. It looks ugly. They got him doing Wing Chun moves. Yeah, he does look a bit like Leroy from Tekken with his outfit as well. All right, look. Here's one of 2 lockpicks in the main story. Get ready, everyone. Hey, if you dig deep enough, everyone's got controversy. True. But still, though, if they were to try and defend Snoop Dogg, like if, you know, people started saying, get rid of Snoop Dogg or something like that, and they basically, you know, do what they did with Kagwa, it'd at least make a bit more sense, because again, it's Snoop Dogg. Everyone knows him.
Nice.
But I still laugh with what they did with Kiwami 3, where it's just like, this dude fucking only one country knows they're gonna die to defend him. Every time I come in here, I always think this is like a pool cue rack. You know what I mean? Can I explain why Kuroiwa is the best character in Judgment? Because he's voiced by Resident Evil 6 Leon Kennedy. There you go. So, also, just as a quick aside, Lost Judgment moment, one of the worst things about the stealth sections of these games is that when you walk into these red squares, you can't do anything unless you do a distraction. And there's one stealth mission in particular where you can easily just like hop into one of these spots and then just sneak past the guy, but it forces you to do this. It's kind of annoying. And then also if you play on PS5, it has dynamic triggers, and they're really ugly and they feel weird, and I hate the dynamic triggers on PS5, but they're particularly bad here. And then hearing them like turn on whenever you walk into a wall, it's weird. Anyway.
That's a good boy.
So quickly looking at Snoop Dogg from Tekken Tag 2. Yeah, true, he was in Tag 2. Guy from Fortnite. Tato has a stand. Can you describe the trailer? Basically, Mitsuharu Fukuyama's on the drums going. It's Keith Silverstein. And then there's like some fighting and stuff, and then it's like 5 cities, 5 eras, 5 cities, and then they show him hopping on a train, and then it like changes time period, and he changes outfit and shit, and he does this walk animation.
All right.
And then he punches. He goes to punch Snoop Dogg, and then Snoop Dogg deflects the punch, and then uppercuts his chin, or like palm strikes his chin, basically. And then it goes Stranger Than Heaven in a bunch of different languages.
My thoughts exactly.
Which that's another thing with the marketing as well. You know, it's sort of cryptic, and they're like trying to do it to generate some sort of interesting appeal, like, you know, like a flashy, cool, special thing. I pump iron at the gym once a week, my man. I'm gonna let that line play. But anyway, your dignity. They show the logo in a bunch of different languages, like Spanish, Japanese, a bunch of other languages. So those are the only ones that I spotted. Yeah, there you go. Integrity, that's the word.
What's your freaking problem?
And then they also showed that one trailer where they showed a bunch of different versions of the Stranger Than Heaven logo. And I don't know if that's just like fancy trying to look cool, or if it's going to be something relevant to the story, because I mean there's also the trailer where Mako speaks Japanese and English. So I don't know. Like, I don't know what's going to happen with that shit.
Tojo clan? You mean the Yakuza?
Pissing yourself yet? You're about to be
But yeah.
real sorry, asshole!
In Cog Tanae, yeah, I don't think so either.
If name dropping a long dead gang was supposed to scare me.
There's been like cases of him like sexually harassing people or something, but those cases get dismissed. I don't know if that's because, of course, could easily just be like they're getting bribed or whatever, but it's also just likely people just trying to throw things at him that didn't really stick. He's very bad at Madden, though. It's one of my favorite clips of all time is Snoop Dogg getting mad at Madden.
You for real right now? Well, I pump iron at the gym once a week, my man.
There you go.
You're going down.
Best line in the game. Hello, Thomas.
Don't say I didn't warn you.
Oh my god, guys. Hang on. Holy shit, it's Sega Sammy. Hoo-yah! Did I see chopsticks? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Get over here, Kosuke. Oh bam! Oh, bro's scared. You know something they should have done with the legend mode in this game is there's the Hyper Kosuke-kun gauntlet match where he uses Mine's fighting style. It would have been really cool if when you do this game in Legend, he actually has that fighting style.
Hey, Yoshiro-san!
Is Snoop gonna be the Bacchus to Daito? Fuck! I keep pressing left to skip. Because in some of the games, it's left, and then Like a Dragon changes to be up and down. The fucking yes or no. Oh yeah, lost what the hell? Lost judgment. So, can I unequip gear in battle? Yes. I'm gonna lower my attack. There you go. Wait, actually, can I put in shit that just actually lowers it? I think that exists, but I don't know if I have that unlocked in the save file. Hang on. No, I can equip my skateboard though. Yeah. Larry Lost versus John Judgment. What the hell, Yagami? Oh. And lads. It's very important. This is what you get for fucking... Wait. I think Bryce... No, wait, no, he wasn't in SMT4 Apocalypse. I'm thinking of someone else. What games is he in that I played? I don't know. Take this. Or this. You ready? Holy shit. Oh, never mind. Easy gaming. Everyone, Stan Heaven, that's his name. Don't call him Larry Lost. Come on, bro. Stan Heaven.
This wasn't supposed to happen.
Now you're really asking for it.
This Heaven's so strange almost made me Lost Judgment. Yakuza. And also, yeah, Weebra. That is one of the most important things for Snoop Dogg being in the game is they get rid of Pierre Tucky for doing a little bit of cocaine, and then Snoop Dogg, whose whole like shtick is that he does marijuana, and they're just like, yeah, fucking Snoop Dogg, woo! It's very funny. I've died and I'm dead. Stan Stranger. No, it's Stan Heaven. See, because S-T-A-N, Stranger Than. I'm genius for coming up with that. Holy good shit. Gindako Highball Tavern. What's ya? Also, I could step to the left, but no, I have to step to the right because I'm Yagami. What will the sequel be called? Familiar with Hell. Oops, I wasn't looking. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Bad split pass. Which way did he go? Which way did he go, George? And then we mash circle. Oh! Okay. That's actually never happened to me. That's hilarious. At this point, I don't think Yokoyama cares anymore. Yeah. Oh! Iconic scene.
Kosuke-kun. Are you done?
Popular guy. More than FX, yeah.
You can't help yourself, can you, Tom?
Why did they make the Subway Surfers minigame music so damn good?
You sure
That's
like to
Katara Hanada for you.
fists.
A lawyer? How the fuck are you a
How the
lawyer?
fuck are you a lawyer? Simple line I always think about. And then Kaito's like, oh, I'll take you for a ride or something like that.
I'm a detective, all right.
Oh yeah.
The badge. I still have a license to practice, so I hold on to it.
Is it safe to assume then you used to work at Genda Law?
Skill issue.
Hit the nail on the head, actually.
Indeed, Sergeant Catnips.
These days,
That is the sequel.
hands-off
Dude,
gigs that are better
man.
suited for detectives.
So, 2 streams ago I streamed Neo 3.
Did you catch all
Dude,
that?
that's like the best game.
Kosuke-kun.
That's like fucking Game of the Year 2026, N7, N8, N9, N10.
If you want a closer
Wait.
look, I'll be
More than happy to accommodate you.
Yeah, care to go for a ride?
That's it, that's the line.
We're gonna be buds, Kosuke.
Oh yeah, Crispin Freeman. Anyway, shut up.
Hey.
Hey! Horses when they're hungry.
Come on. Let's get you back to Genda's before the fire.
Martin will be a baby in a Sub-Saharan Stranger Than Heaven and will still be voiced by Hidenari Gaki. I also just realized I probably should turn this on. Boom. Look at that. I forgot about that. Alright. Now, Boom, freedom, except for, you know, everywhere.
We're going that way?
Just want to hop in the car with Kaito. Wait, are they even sitting in the chair? Okay, it looks like Kaito is, but Kosuke's not. Also, his hands are bugging out. What the hell? Never noticed that. Dude, also, okay, here's one thing as well with Stranger Than Heaven. Monroe, I don't know what language you typed that in, but I just noticed YouTube this morning. I noticed that YouTube has some sort of like automatic translation thing. That's what that translate symbol next to your name is. I don't know what that is. But anyway, one thing I'm hopeful for with Stranger Than Heaven. I mean, to be honest, not that I really give a fuck anymore, but the cube maps, which is like, see how this reflection isn't actually reflecting anything, it's just an image? That's what a cube map is, basically, a cube map reflection, where it's not screen space, which I think is this elevator door screen space? Yes, it is screen space, so like as I move my camera around, that reflection changes, and then if Yagami blocks these carpets, the reflection on the elevator also blocks the carpets, even though it should realistically be reflecting that. But that's what ray tracing and path tracing and stuff can do. But anyway, the cube map reflections in the Yakuza games have always been like 5 by 5 pixels. They are always such insanely low resolution, and it's because PS4 and Xbox One, if you were to put these at a higher resolution, it would cause too many problems, and then also having high resolution cube maps also increases file size, but not by much. But yeah, they always look like dog shit, and then it's always like they put these in the worst spots. Like this is Nakamichi Street, is that what it's called? Yeah, this is Nakamichi Street. Right here. Hang on, let me... Yeah, that's Karaoke Khan right there. So this is reflecting Nakamichi Street. And I'm here at the north end of the map. Like, why is it not reflecting something around here in Ichifuku? Is that it? I'm a beast. I remember the names. Anyway. So hopefully Stranger Than Heaven is not coming to PS4 and Xbox One. Thank God. They're fucking... It's a... I mean, PS5 and Xbox Series X is way more...
This is Genda.
Yagami Detective Agency. It's way more expensive now, of course. But...
The owner, Genda,
6 years
like a father to me.
ago, PS5 and Xbox Series X came out. But anyway, hopefully they start doing like better stuff like that. But who knows, because it's also coming to Series S, which means they're going to have to basically make a PS4 version still. But just don't have to worry about load times because the Series S has an SSD. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, one of the best songs from Judgment. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Sorry to impose, Genda-sensei, but can Keiko-san stay here a while?
The same way Yakuza characters do, yeah.
It was getting a little too quiet around here anyway.
Yagami loves just being like, hey guys, I'm a lawyer. How do you, well, you gotta do this, and then you press, there you go. That's the shortcut to the camera. Talk to Genda. What if I talk to Genda? Break all the windows so you don't have to make cube maps, yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember hearing about that.
But yeah, like in Hawaii, for example, in Infinite Wealth or Pyro Yakuza, there's a bunch of cube maps just lying around the map that all reflect that big, I don't know what the building is called, because it's based off a real building, I'm pretty sure, but that big building in Hawaii that's like the fucking castle from Final Fantasy 15. Tokyo Metropolitan building thing. Oh yeah, here we go. Now I'm free to explore the map. Yeah, look at that.
Hey.
Hey! Yeah, it reflects that, even in the most, like, far away places, and it's just so horrible looking. Like, it looks like such dog shit. And it's just everywhere on these massive windows that you can just see so easily. Series S slander. No, I'm going to slander the fucking Series S as much as I want. It genuinely has held back this generation.
Kosuke, care to explain what the fuck's going on?
I don't remember who that voice actor is. I know. Obviously, it was a cheaper option than the Series X. That people could get these next-gen games on a cheaper console. All this sort of shit. That was the idea behind it. But all of its hardware is and I do not say this to be mean or angry or anything like that, it is the genuine truth, it is slightly more powerful than a PS4. And so, because of how it all works, developers, if they make a game on Xbox, also have to make it work on the Series S, and that's the thing I said with Judgment Remastered, where, like, for example, the DVR feature to record your gameplay is completely disabled on Judgment on Xbox Series X. Oh yeah, matter of factly, another great song. It's by Hiroaki, I believe. Anyway, those features are disabled on Xbox just outright. Even though the Series X should be able to do it, because if the PS5 can do it, the Series X surely could do it as well. It's a PS4 game that's been like massively toned down to just run at 60 and that's it. And it's because of the Series S, because obviously I think Q-Lock did Judgment Remastered mostly. They couldn't be fucked trying to work in different versions and stuff and like making dynamically adapt to the hardware and all this sort of shit, so they just half-assed it. And then because of that, that half-assing affected the PS5 and the PC version. And so now, Judgment Remastered is kind of ugly with the lighting. So then you get Lost Judgment. This game, lighting, very pretty, very nice. It's nice and bright here at night. It's orange in certain places, which can make things look pretty cool. It's got lots of color. Like here we go. Here's a fairly orange area. It's got lots of color. Judgment Remastered does not. Chill out, Crispin Freeman. Of many cartoon fame. But yeah. Majima getting in Sonic Racing. I have seen people say that they're disappointed that they put in specifically Captain Majima, but he makes the most sense. I'm dead. Ichiban and Majima being in Sonic Racing makes the most sense, and I'm very glad. It clearly was like a Sega decision, like a Sonic Team decision or whatever, where they said, hey, how about you put in some Yakuza characters, and then Sonic Team, or whoever's fucking making Sega Racing, whatever the fuck, they went, let's get Ichiban. And they're like, okay, you can get another one. And then you almost can guarantee Yokoyama's leaning over, being like, oh, Kiryu, you could put Kiryu in, you can make him drive a Nissan. Shut the fuck up. They went, no, get Captain Majima. He fits the tone way more. But anyway. Yeah, Higashi is Spike Chunsoft, developers of Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. Kiryu has cancer. But yeah, it's good. See, a game like Tekken, for example, the character that would make the most sense is Kiryu. But something like Sonic.
This is the Yagami Detective Agency.
Good to know, Greg. Can you chill out with the fucking drone? Oh, yeah, I forgot as well that they did this. What is opening again? Oh, yeah. The opening of Judgment. Which is also by Hard Lunch. Great song. This is by Hideno Shoji, who's not in Kiwami 3 at all. What the fuck? And then this is Jin Senbon Matsu. I think this was as well. And then I don't remember that one. Faster Than Lightning. Oh, yeah. Oh, get back here. I'm chasing after someone. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Alright, let me play Alex Kidd. Let me no longer play Alex Kidd. There you go. They should make a Yakuza game that's actually a Sleeping Dog sequel. Good point. Decorate the room. What even decorations do I have? Oh, okay, I have none. Oh yeah, great song. Oh yeah. Why couldn't they have gotten Jin to fucking make more Lost Judgment songs? Rest in peace. Oh wait, I am supposed to talk to Kaito. Kaito!
Yes.
Bam. Kiri would never race against women. True?
Yagami-san, everything okay over there?
Oh yeah.
It's a long story.
I completely forget what this song is called. But it's a Satoshi Okamura song.
Gotta come check out Yokohama.
Oh yeah.
Jobs left and right.
Nothing but fucking smooth, jazzy beats playing in Lost Judgment so far. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah? You sure it's a legit lead?
Oh. Hey,
yeah.
some faith. Would I waste your time on a bad lead?
Nice. Shut the hell your mouth. I have to skip it. I have to skip that part because then I get a copyright claim. And then she says like, Mayra Sega. That's what it sounds like. She sounds like she sends Sega over and over again. Oh yeah. Dude. If they ever do a Lost Judgment director's cut, I reckon they should make you pay $50 and all they do is they add in another song by the band that did that opening. Bam. Bam. You know who can drive a car and really fast? Wei Shen. Yeah, true. Oh yeah, Kaito. I haven't actually watched the first episode of Steel Ball Run, Sergeant Catnip's. I've read the manga, but my brother wanted to watch it with me, so I haven't watched it yet. We just haven't gone around to it.
Sukumo's place is way out there.
In fairness, though,
I suppose we could.
they're doing that weird release schedule, so it's not like we're in too much of a hurry. Yeah, we can see the sights. Let's go get Chinese. Points in the wrong direction. I believe him. Hideki Naganuma. Dude, I so wish Sega weren't massive pricks to Hideki Naganuma and he was still willing to like work for them, make games, make songs for their games. Also, I can't believe I literally only discovered you could destroy these things in like 2024. It's the best feature of the Dragon Engine. Bang. They should make Kawana revive Sawa Sensei in Lost Judgment Director's Cut. Yeah, true. And they should also recast Kaito to just be some random celebrity who does a shit job. Hello? I got a sketchy DM on Chatter the other day. Yeah, shut the fuck up. Fuck. He's pointing directly towards China. Dude. Oh, I just sort of realized that, like, the first time I've been here, because I just haven't played any of the Yakuza games in so long. Came here to record stuff for that video I did when I went to Japan. And it's been so long that I just suddenly got flashbacks to when I was here in real life. This is such a cool spot. Yokohama's like the best fucking place to visit for tourists in Japan. Also, there's the Kenzan opening up there. I love that so much. It's like the only Kenzan thing that's like ever been reused, I swear to God. But anyway. This place in real life, Yokohama, is really nice. I'm gonna try and go to an equivalent. Let me oh my god, I fell out of my chair, holy shit. Fucking Lost Judgment. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, Lost Judgment. Oh, they also, just like in real life, you're not allowed to ride your bike here. There's some kid that rode his bike through here, and there was this like cleaner lady, and she's like, fucking, oh shit, I forget what they say to say like stop in Japanese. But she's sounding like, kudasai. Trying to get the kid to hop off, and she points at the sign. She's like, "Get the fuck off your bike, you little fuck." She didn't actually say that. Anyway, roughly, what would be like? Actually, it'd probably be more here-ish because this road is super squished. I went to this place that, it's a Katsudon place, I think, and they had huge ass meals for how much you paid for them. It was so filling. And we were in like a back room because they had like some tables. Everything else was just sort of around this like center bench. It was kind of, it's one of those places that's designed for like people by themselves to come eat, which is so hilarious how like there's that sort of stuff doesn't exist in Western culture, where it's like seating that's designed for just you to sit by yourself. You always have to sit next to someone, you know? But anyway. One of those sorts of places, and we sat in the back, and we just heard from, like, the front of the restaurant, some dude talking like a fucking Yakuza character, like someone from the Omi Alliance being like, just shouting.
Excuse me.
And we're all just sitting around like, what the fuck's going on over there? We couldn't see who was shouting, and then eventually, like, he comes around the corner, and it's just some dude on the phone. And we sort of realised, like, yeah, he probably is a Yakuza, just angrily shouting at someone on the phone. And, like, no one reacted. No one else in the restaurant just gave a shit at all. Whereas we were like, what the fuck is going on? It sounds like there was, like, an argument happening, but Just him on the phone. Boom! Get fucked. But yeah, there you go. No, I think she said exactly that. Holy shit. Oh my god. Oh my god. Look at this. 110 yen. What are these? Are these also like donuts? Oh, looking at a cafe like this just makes me think of Pronto. Yeah, that's it, Pronto. Like a cafe chain in Japan. It's in Yakuza 3 and 4. It was so good. Such a nice place. I want to go back to Japan, but specifically only the parts where they weren't racist to me, which is like not many parts, but yeah. Like Yokohama, for example. Anyway. What straps and antenna do you think he had on? I don't get the reference. Maybe I will if I think about it. But I can't be bothered thinking, because oh yes. Oh yes. Dragon engine. Bang! This was my favorite thing to do when I first played Kiwami 2, was just do this. For like literally an hour straight. It's so good. Whoa! Holy shit! Goodbye. This donut say we got fake Yagami. Slow down! Is this still Yoronotaki? Yeah. Infinite Wealth that changed it. Although it's back now. Oh yeah. Get out of here. There's also plenty of restaurants like this where they got all these like privacy walls and shit. So that way people from the front just can't see you. Which is kind of strange, but at the same time, I don't mind it. I think it's well for people like, you know, these chairs, obviously you pick up an order and you sit down. I've got a Chinese restaurant near where I live that's similar to this. But anyway, I'm just thinking how most restaurants you can just sort of see everyone. Not that anyone's really going to be spying on you or anything like that, but, you know. Just a little cultural difference. My favourite part about K2 was finishing the game and uninstalling it. Sergeant Catnips, you're getting a 48-year ban now for saying that. Fuck you. How dare you say that. Kiwami 2's lit. Dude, imagine... Okay, watch this. Here's Kiwami 2. Okay. Imagine Yakuza 2, but if it, like, every single second was, like, fucking action-packed, gangster, easy gaming, awesome, 10 out of 10 on IMDb, fucking billion-dollar fucking budget action movie. And it also had a savage soundtrack. Boom. That's Kiwami 2. Bam. It's sex appeal. You remember the Jingwon fight on the trucks? Oh yeah. Now that's sex appeal. Come towards me, Tang. Woocha! You. Die. Oh yeah. Goodbye. Omega Ajib, whatever.
What is it?
It is so far confirmed that Mitsuharu Fukuyama, I think it's said that he's like the director of the soundtrack, and he directed Yakuza 5 soundtrack. So, you know, need you more evidence that the soundtrack would be good. But based on my theories, I think the three main people will at least be Fukuyama, Chiriaki, and Hidenori Shoji. So the soundtrack probably will be one of their best.
Yo,
We shall see.
hold up a sec, Tom.
And it was green. Yes, true. It is green. Yes.
Nonsense over there.
That's not what I said. What'd you call me?
And an input delay. Rest in peace. If you played it on PC,
Knock it off.
knock it off. Played it on PC. The original Kiwami 2 PC port was so shit, but it's so good. How much better the Kiwami 2 remastered port is. But it's just a shame that everyone who wants to play Kiwami 2 has probably already played it. Oh. Watch this. Oh my. Lost judgment. I'm so powerful early game. This is. Here's a problem with. Chill out, bro. Here's a problem with Legend mode in the Yakuza games is that they're like, oh yeah, look, the difficulty's tougher, but then like the early game isn't like adjusted at all. So I'm just one-shotting all these dudes. Oh my god, revenge books. Oh my god, I've just realized this is supposed to be the book off that's here in the same spot. That's why they put this there. Or at least it should be. There is a book off here in the corner. And I went to there and I saw I think that was where wait, actually that may have been where I got the original PS4 bit. Oh no, I did that on Ikebukuro. I think maybe then this Yokohama book off was where I saw a strategy guide for Fist of the North Star Lost Paradise. There you go. Yeah, dude. 83 key as well. 83 key is also not in Kiwami 3 either, which is weird. Which yeah, and I doubt it's because they got him to work on Stranger Than Heaven, especially since he doesn't work at Sega, he's just a contractor. So yeah, thank you Johnny the Flash. Sergeant Kenneth, yeah, I don't think there are any input delay issues. I think the only issue with Kiwami 2 Remastered, there was like some glitch when it first came out or something, but I think they patched it. So I don't think it really has any bugs. I know Froob's done a few speedruns, and I don't think he was saying that there are like any game-breaking ones. Like Kiwami 2, the original PC port, would have like crashes in certain chapters. Like if you skipped like certain cutscenes, it just crashed some shit. Something like that. It's pro strat, don't play Fist of the North Star, yeah. No, watch Fist of the North Star. Play whichever games you want. But just Lost Paradise, just, you know, put that somewhere to the side. Put it on a little corkboard and say, oh, you know, we'll sort this out later. Oh, holy shit, Kingdom Hearts reference? Holy shit. Anyway, I'm just talking shit. Been over a month.
Yokohama 99. Yeah,
that's the place.
Whoa,
My name's Crispin Freeman.
Not too shabby, guys.
Yeah, I'm Greg Chet. Watch this. Holy shit, I didn't actually expect that. You can actually see them in there, but of course the fucking cube map is blocking everything. Dude, look at how shit this is. So there's like a super low res cube map because I'm far away. Makes perfect sense. And then you get close, and then it's like, yeah, okay, let's put this obscenely bright one that's extremely fucking low res as well. To just block your vision. Let me look inside at my boy, Sugiura. There he is. And then can you see Tsukumo? Yeah, you can see him at the desk. Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised that they are here. I thought they just wouldn't load in for this first cutscene. And there's the elevator. Yo, talk! Anyway. Let's stop being sus. I did not play Splatoon. I've not. I don't think I've ever played it actually. Yeah. He 83 key. I don't know if he still does. But he also goes by Escherix.
It isn't the man of the hour.
And you can find his stuff on SoundCloud. I don't know if he still posts to SoundCloud though, or like if he does anything. He's got a Twitter as well.
Gentlemen,
I don't know how often he posts on that either.
This guy. First he falls off the radar.
And then you ready for the sick dodge? Whatcha! Sick dodge, Sugiura. Yeah. Oh, Tak, you're back.
To sum up why we called you, we've been seeing a major upward trend with these kinds of cases.
Dude, also...
What do you think?
It was like, I think Ray Naves uploaded like a Lost Judgment highlight thing relatively recently, so I watched it. Or maybe it was just an old one that got recommended to me and I watched it again. And I heard Tsukumo's Japanese voice for the first time, and man, look, everyone who played Judgment and Lost Judgment in Japanese, I'm so sorry for you. I'm genuinely so sorry for you.
And you guys,
I think they're all fucking downgrades. Oh, hang.
Ancient matriarchs were particularly vulnerable during childbirth.
Oh yeah, that's one of my favorite cutscene skips in the entire franchise. You skip the cutscene and then there's suddenly this.
Support. So you could kind of say the survival and reproduction of our species was largely oxytocin at work.
Thank you, Tsukumo. But yeah, in Japanese he's like, he talks like that. But in English he's got a sexy voice. I love his voice. He's supposed to be a nerd, but like, you know, he's still a nerd in English. They do it right. Fuck you.
let's roll.
Yeah. 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 Jumping. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Hang on, oh, hang on, I missed it. Oh yeah. Yeah.
And stay down.
Bang. I also still think with the English dub of this game, the people are like, oh, but they've got Takeo Kimura, who's fucking, I don't care what anyone says, he's a shit actor. But the English dub, I mean, Greg Chun was a nobody when Judgment first came out, but the English dub has fucking, I'm looking right at him. Crispin Freeman, Higashi is Steve Bloom, Hamura was Fred Tattershaw, Matsugane was JB Blanc. Like Jeremy Lee, yeah, she's fucking, I forget her name. I can't think of her name, but anyway, Jeremy Lee's in it. Yuri Lowenthal's in it. Jameson Price is in it. They've got like some of the fucking like most notable English voice actors like of all time in the English dub, and it's fantastic. Excuse me? Why'd I just? Oh, I think I just discovered a secret tech. Whatcha? And let's just EX surrender. Oh yeah, dude. Also, hey, I'm gonna say something. Wait, let's Legend Conqueror. Boom.
What a waste.
Just real quick. So one of the worst things about Kiwami 3, besides the fact that two fighting styles is cringe, is the fact that there's no like unique thing between the two of them. Sure, like actually I think no, you can still like block bullets in Dragon style, right? Because you could as Mine. I don't remember, but anyway, there's not really like a unique thing. But then in this game they're like, oh yeah, if an enemy's fearful, you get EX surrender. It's a bunch of different heat actions you can do, but specifically on an enemy when they're feared, and it will instantly kill them. Cool little mechanic. Even if they have 1 billion health, it instantly kills them. Nice. Tiger Style's got like flux fissure and shit. It like penetrates guards with fucking this thing. Boom. If you have full health, enemies just can't block your attacks. Easy gaming. Crane Style, it's all fucking evasive and shit, and it can jump. That's a big thing. It can jump, Yes, Makoto Nijima. They've got like unique things between the fighting styles to differentiate them. And then of course, boxing style is the most unique. It has like all these special combos you can do. The grab button is an attack instead of grabbing. You know what I mean? There's like so much uniqueness between the styles to make them feel like they have specialized roles. As opposed to Kiwami 3, where they just one kills enemies and one kills enemies. You know? And also all the unique animations and shit. Dude, even... Man, fucking... Watch this. Even this. Oh yeah, I can attack you. And then... Parry. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Get him, Kaito. Oh shit. Kaito, help. Oh, never mind. Anyway.
Really, guys?
Ryukyu is just worse Dragon Style? Yeah, legit Weebro. It's so annoying. It's because they're like... I mean, I thought about this the other night. I think this is the real thing. They are catering towards a player that doesn't exist. Someone who's like, oh my god, having all these fighting styles is too complicated. I can't figure out how the game works. But then you look at like any... Like, if you look at like any completely random streamer that has no knowledge of the Yakuza series at all, that streamed Yakuza 0, which has 8 fighting styles. Of course, the 7th and 8th, you have to do all this bullshit to get. But
really, guys?
Completely random streamer who sucks at action games, they'll probably still play Yakuza 0 and they'll be like, oh dude, this game is so much fucking fun, I'm having so much fun with this combat, and like, oh, this is crazy. And then you watch them swap styles and then they do it at like the worst, most inopportune times imaginable, but they've still got a smile on their face. It doesn't matter if it's, too complicated or something, because it clearly isn't. And yet RGG Studio are like, oh yeah, we gotta make sure that the player that can't think for more than 5 seconds at a time is compensated by making it so that There's no difference between the fighting styles, and it's literally just you press down and it swaps colors. That's it. Because Pirate Yakuza did that. You know, like, you hold square, you get the uppercut, is the only unique thing, pretty much, between the styles, because otherwise, hold triangle, Mad Dog, you do a big attack that hits a bunch of enemies. Hold triangle with Sea Dog, you do a big attack that hits a bunch of enemies. Hold circle with Sea Dog, you do like a grab thing, and then you can press an attack, and it hits a bunch of enemies. Hold circle with Mad Dog, you spin around, it hits a bunch of enemies. Hold square with Sea Dog, you throw swords, and it hits a bunch of enemies. It's just, they just do the same thing over and over and over again. But at least Mad Dog had the uppercut, and then Kiwami 3 is just like, we're gonna have none of that. Stranger Than Paradise. Still don't have the skateboard. Watch this. Woocha! Yeah, that's another thing too. The spinning the chain around. I've seen Froob do a speedrun strat against this. It's an encounter that was added in Kiwami 3. It wasn't in the original. Pardon me. Where you just like guide the enemies into a corner, like in a dark alley. Anyway, and then you just hold circle. And that's it. That's the fight. It's so dumb. Because even, you know, talking about Yakuza 0 before, about how, like, even though it would seem super complicated because there's a bunch of shit, you can just get away with, like, doing the most basic thing. Which, real quick, you can get away with doing the most basic thing, which means players that want to learn, that want to engage with the combat more can, and players that don't have to. And both players can still have fun. Kiwami 3 doesn't let you do that. If you want to actually engage with the game more, it's just like, oh yeah, fucking, you can only juggle with one move, you know? Shit like that. There's just really, like, there's no real reward for understanding things. As opposed to fucking, just before, Lost Judgment? Hey, wait, isn't there a way to do it way past combat? Oh, no, mama. Lost Judgment, you kill an enemy in all three styles, you get a reward. You get like a bonus 100 SP. Even just a small thing like that. They're trying to make sure that people that actually like engage with their game are compensated with something that's more fun. But anyway, I beat Ninja Gaiden 2 in February, I think. February? Because I started playing Ninja Gaiden 2 Black when it first came out, and then I stopped playing it for a while because I sucked balls at it. But I came back, figured things out, and I was like, okay, this is how you play the game. And it has like 12 weapons. There's like, there's a sword, there's a dual sword, there's a big sword, there's a Kusari Gama, there's talons, there's scythe, there's like spear, there's like tonfas, there's a shitload of shit. And I don't know the difference between any of those weapons. I genuinely, anytime I equip one, I'm like, I don't know if this serves, like, does this perform this function better than this other weapon? I don't know. I just preferred the tonfas because they looked cooler, you know, something like that. And I was able to beat the game, and I was able to have a shitload of fun. Even though it's extremely complicated. And it's because someone like me, who can't wrap their head around things or whatever, or doesn't want to, I can still have fun. So I hate how they're just like, they're trying their best to push the simplicity aspect of the Yakuza games to the extreme. To the Kiwami, one would say. Doing the same three things in a loop for 20 hours. Exactly. And even then, speaking of Ninja Gaiden 2, as you play through the game, you're constantly getting all these new weapons, and then like the final one you get is like fucking in a cool boss fight and shit. And they're constantly giving you new ways to play the game. But you can just stick with the katana for your entire playthrough, if you want. That freedom of choice it's like one of the first things you taught in like a game design class, is they say freedom of choice equals sex appeal. Women will love you. And all the Japanese developers go, holy shit! Give them lots of choices. You know what I mean? Even one of a game criticized for being the most simple, basic game ever of all time, and oh, it's only for kids and yada yada yada. The Pokemon series, competitive Pokemon, is extremely complicated. There's so many mechanics. There's billions of different fucking things you got to think about when you're doing competitive Pokemon battling. And there's also over 1,000 Pokemon. And when you're doing a normal playthrough of a Pokemon game, you know, you might only come across like 120 Pokemon or something like that in whichever Pokemon game you're playing. That's like 120 party members you have to pick. And children can play it. You can make the games as complicated as you want and they can still be simple. You just have to not be a fucking lazy idiot. And that's what they've done with Kiwami 3. They've decided to be fucking lazy idiots. They're like, oh yeah, fucking, if you want to hold square in one style, you can do it in both. Screw having uniqueness between the styles. Screw having like a reason to ever want to press down on the D-pad. Nah. Screw that. Dragon Boost, it works the same across both styles. Both styles of finishing holds. Both styles of Dragon Finisher. Fucking Dragon Boost is also its own gauge. Why'd they do that? It's because Pirate Yakuza did it. My name's Ryosuke Hori. I know what I'm talking about. No, you don't. I'm gonna get hit by a car. But hello, Tybell. Truth Supernova. Goodbye, Nostalg 4. You saying, hope you don't get more guidance. In all honesty, because they're doing Stranger Than Heaven, if they were like, guys, we're doing a massive game, we're going to devote all of our resources to it. Also, this part here in real life Yokoyama is so fucking beautiful. I love this bridge here. Anyway, this bridge here. If they were like, yeah, we're dedicating all of our resources to it or whatever, and they just went, alright, we're only going to do like small experimental guidance, just for a bit of fun. There'll be small games, they'll be cheaper, all this sort of shit. Maybe even we'll do like a DLC for Pirate Yakuza or something like that. If they did stuff like that, that's completely fine. But it's the fact that they also just ended up treating Kiwami 3, which, by the way, Kiwami 3, let me just put that into perspective. Kiwami 3, it's the game that people have been asking for, realistically, since like 2017, or, yeah, 2017, when Kiwami 2 first came out. Because everyone went, well, complete the trilogy. The Kiwami trilogy, surely. And then over time it became, well, Yakuza 3 is the oldest game now. Yakuza 3 sucks. Yakuza 3 is this, Yakuza 3 is that. I want to be able to experience Ricky and the Dragon Engine. You didn't get to do that, unfortunately. But it was like, everyone was saying Kiwami 3. And they went, alright, how about this? We'll make Kiwami 3 a Pirate Yakuza spin-off. Who the fuck thought that was a good idea? In the slightest. Who thought that was a good idea? And that's what they did. Instead of trying to, you know, delay an inevitable Kiwami 3 until maybe after Stranger Than Heaven, so they can put in as much effort as possible. They can make it an extreme game. Dark Ties, we're going to make this like an actually 15-hour-long game. And Mine's going to have 10 fighting styles. We're going to make it Kuroyo 3. Mine's going to have 20. But they didn't do that. And that's the problem with them releasing Gaidens, is that they are trying to now substitute their Gaidens for full releases, which they're not. Not even the first Gaiden was that. The first Gaiden was always intended to be a small release 2 months before Infinite Wealth, which killed it. It was a terrible decision, but that was like the idea. It's like, it's a little small game, here's a little treat, here's a little fucking, we'll give you a little bicky, bam, little shortbread cookie. Everyone went, ooh, this is pretty tasty. This is pretty nice for a little small game. I've got Game Pass, I got it for free. Huh, you know, I'm chilling, I'm gaming. And then they were like, yeah, okay, now we're going to make the Gaidens like the main series. Who thought that was a good idea? Yeah. Legit only used the Yakuza 0 Beast combo to blow through Kiwami 3 on hard. Meep. Sorry, my phone is again.
Are you almost here, Yagamishi?
Shinada
We went
Gaiden
ahead
1.
and sat down.
I don't know why it keeps on saying, every time you guys type in a Japanese name, it's like, oh yeah, here we go, we'll translate this for you. But you've already typed it in English. Down to the filters as well. Dude, speaking of filters, have you guys noticed how the box arts since Ishin have just been all the same as well? Like even that they're being like repetitive with. Also, oh my god, I'm gonna go in here and shop. Oh yeah. Kaito, you've clearly been here, mate. Haha. Anyway, since Ishin, so Ishin was like in the yellow, bright yellow-orange background, contrasted by a silhouetted Ryoma. Very striking. Anytime I saw it in stores, it stuck out a lot more than other games. And the reason why it stuck out for a long time was because every time I went to an EB Games there was always a copy of Ishin on the shelf because no one was buying it. But it stood out. Very similar fashion to the Yakuza Like a Dragon English box art, which stood out quite a lot. Thank you, Sega of North America, for being good back when you were good, but you're not good anymore. Anyway. After that was Gaiden, which was a white background and a black Kiryu. Once again, stood out. That white background, just like, wow, sniped your eyes, you know? And then they thought, alright, how about this? Infinite Wealth. White background and yellow foreground, and it'll be the party members. You can see them a bit easier, you can see details in their face, but it's still the same idea of a bright background contrasted by some other thing. And then they've got Pirate Yakuza, where Majima was a bit purple and orange, but they had this bright purple and orange background contrasted by Majima. And then you get like the Kiwami Switch port. White background, black dragon, red Kiwami logo. Kiwami 2 didn't follow that trend. It was the fucking coolest looking box art they've ever done. Director's Cut did a little bit. You know, sort of bright background or whatever. But at least it also looked cool. And then they went back to it with Kiwami 3, where it's just red background / black background for Mine, and then a monochrome filter over the two characters. They keep on just doing the same box arts. It's all better than Lost Judgment's box art, which is like the worst box art in franchise history, but still. Even in that respect, they're getting repetitive.
Really, guys?
Was there always a sale? Do you mean of Ishin, Pavel? Because I think so. I think it normally would have like the sale sticker from like, it'd be like from Christmas and it'd be in April. Pirate Yakuza's cover stands out on being ugly as fuck. A little bit. It's still better than Lost Judgments, but still.
Without further ado, allow me to introduce Yagami-shi and Kaito-san, the gentlemen I mentioned before.
And it's sad though because like Judgment's cover art was super cool, or the English one at least. The Japanese one's a bit boring. And like Gaiden's is still very cool, but it is of course just like following that trend. Crashing all my knuckles. But the good thing about this sort of trendy thing that they're doing is that they have... Why is this lagging? Why'd that title card lag?
Serio High. Isn't that where those kids were from?
No, Kaito.
Yeah, one's from
they've
earlier.
done away with the whole, like, put the protagonist in the front and then put a bunch of celebrities around
ran
them.
into some of your students
Which,
today.
thank Christ.
There must have been
It's not even like
8 of them.
in Japanese they don't like they still do it or something like that.
Recording it on their phone.
All the box arts
Oh boy.
across all the regions are all the same
I'm
now.
guessing you didn't just stand and watch?
Gaiden had like a special Korean one, but still. Mind if I order Peking Duck?
Hey, Chairman. You a big fan of Peking
The
duck?
original international box art for Yakuza 3, yeah, definitely.
Oh, it's very tasty.
Isn't it?
At least make the Gaiden games
It's one
cheap.
of my
Yeah, I
personal
agree.
favorites.
I said
Nothing
this
like biting into
in...
warm,
I don't remember which
crunchy
video it was,
duck.
some video recently about
Oh,
how
it's gotta be slathered
Pirate
with special
Yakuza,
sauce.
Are you eating okay,
Lost Judgment,
Yagami-shi?
and
You should place another order.
Kiwami 3,
You could
they're
get back to
all
the
the
case.
same
I'll
price
make sure to
in
keep
Australia
that
on
place.
Steam, at least. And
Tells me to keep
you
it
get
professional.
Kiwami 3, which is like a remake that, obviously, it's not a new story or anything like that. Oh, they got Dark Ties, but it's a nothing. Dark Ties. And Pirate Yakuza is like a short, fucking stretched out game. And then you get Lost Judgment, which is like the actual full game. But they actually put in all the effort. And they're all worth the same price. Yeah, also hilarious, this Yakuza 7 reference. Dude, they like straight up just wouldn't put something like this in the games these days, I feel. Something that actually like references story, you know? Instead of it just being like, oh look, here's a character from this old game.
I think that...
But anyway. You think it would try to release it this year? There was like leaks of like Sega data things that I think were saying that they were planning on releasing Stranger Than Heaven this year. Like it was going to be their
So, how was
2026
that for
game.
your first day's work?
It was very good. River, I forgot your last name. Ideas are bulletproof. Terrible, maybe. Dark Ties is literally from RGG Online. Yeah. Dark Ties also, like, it's so funny how they advertise it as if it was going to be like this massive thing to try and like drum up hype and get people to buy the game and all that sort of stuff. But I still think my idea of including Yakuza 3 remastered with your purchase of Kiwami 3 would have been so much better, because then they could have been Like, oh yeah, Dark Ties, it's like a Majima Saga. It's a small thing. You play as Mine. However, we're going to offer you one thing better. It's also got sub-stories and mini-games, and it's got this whole roguelike thing. And everyone would have been like, oh, that's actually pretty cool. That's actually a pretty cool deal for a side story. But then selling it as a full game, and then you play it, and it's like, dude, it's 10 minutes. It is a massive disappointment. And also, I just saw Thomas, the Kiwami 3 logo is so terrible. Yeah, even the fucking logo for Kiwami 3 sucks ass.
Hey. Yeah.
Hey! Because you get the Kiwami 2 and Kiwami 1 logos, and you'd think, oh yeah, they're going to do like, Kiwami 3 is going to be like a fucking golden 3, and it looks so cool. And then it's not. Still playing Skelet's favorite game. Hello, Mahindu. Oh yeah, this song only plays here, I think. I don't think it plays in any sub-stories. This was a Yuri Fukuda song, I believe. Def got to color it, yeah. It's a shame too, because I thought like, oh, did they really just fuck up with the Western, with the Western one, and then the Japanese logo is like the exact same. And it's shocking because like they show those behind the scenes videos where they have like 50 versions of the logos and the box arts just like sitting on that table, and then Yokoyama's standing there. He's like, yes, let me wisely investigate this. And it's like, how did you pick this one? Yep. Oh yeah. Why does... Dude. Grinding just doesn't work outside of the skate path. It's so bad. Was long. I'm just gonna walk. Never mind, I'm actually gonna just die. I'm gonna be in hospital for the rest of my life. Let's just walk. The only Yakuza 7 reference we're getting now is DLC. Yeah, that's another thing too. Is they clearly understand the like marketable appeal, might be the correct term to use here, of Ichiban. Like Yakuza Like a Dragon, for example. I don't think it sold the most on Xbox, but I am pretty confident in saying that it did like really well on Xbox, and that's kind of why, like, its success was why they decided to then start releasing everything on Xbox as well. Even though, of course, like, you know, there's one person in Japan that owns an Xbox, and it's Matsuhiro Sakurai. But partially it was because it was a really unique and funny and silly RPG, but then also because people just, they like Ichiban. He's a cool, funky looking character, and then you learn about his personality, and he's like, his heart is as big as his hair, you know? Like, he's a really interesting, fun, exciting character that's super underappreciated, I feel like, in this modern era where, of course, there's a lot of like, oh, I'm depressed, I'm edgy, I'm emotional, you know? And he got all of this notoriety, all of this respect, all this praise, all this love from one game. Literally one game was all it took. Apparently for Kiryu it took him like 50, but for Ichiban it was 1. And then when Infinite Wealth rocks around, everyone's like, oh my god, Ichiban! Oh, I'm so excited to see you, Ichiban!
Hey.
And then because of that, they just started going, alright, Pirate Yakuza, boom, Ichiban DLC. Fucking, you pre-order this game, Ichiban outfit. Kiwami 3, Ichiban DLC. Doing all this, and now they've just kind of, I don't know, shafted themselves by, I guess, by making Infinite Wealth basically a Kiryu game. Ichiban can sell a game just on his own. Didn't need Kiryu. But what do I know? Because, oh man, I know why. I know why they think that. I can guarantee you in Japan, because they do all these popularity polls, every Japanese franchise does that all the time, can guarantee you that, oh yeah, Vampire. Kiryu's probably more popular in Japan than Ichiban, right? So, I have a great recording of this, so I always think about this random recording of this random scene that I have. Anyway, Kiryu probably would sell more copies in Japan. Like, let's say they did like a Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. It was Like a Dragon, Ichiban, and Kiryu. One version of which. Kiryu's version would sell so much more in Japan, but then Ichiban's version would sell so much more in the rest of the world, which would then end up being more sales because there's more people outside of Japan than inside Japan. But then because they're so like,
Those guys
holy shit, it's Ichiban! I was just talking about you, man. That's Ichiban on the left,
Sure look like men on a mission.
and that's Joe Zeta.
What?
Sorry, I just got excited.
Journey by taxi to Seiryo.
Yeah, they're so like just locked in on the Japanese market, and that's been a massive problem with Kiwami 3's failure, of course. But it's like you can still appeal to Japanese people with fucking Ichiban. People in Japan love him too. It's just obviously Kiryu's more popular, but people fucking still love Kiryu. I mean Ichiban, sorry. Fuck. Take that. Anyway. Yeah, try not to revive Kiryu for the 12th time challenge if possible. Indeed. And I mean, that's why as well, like, it's annoying, because Kiryu's, of course, always been the most popular character in the series. And that's probably why they were very comfortable with moving away from... Oh, matter of factly, why they were comfortable with moving away from Saejima, Akiyama, Tanimura, Shinada, and then going to like Majima and Kiryu, and then even moving away from that and just going back to just Kiryu. And it wasn't until Judgment where they were like, okay, look, we're not going to make another Yakuza character the protagonist. We're going to make Takuya Kimura the protagonist, because he's obviously got the mainstream appeal over there.
Ah, you must be the repairman.
Oh, it's Keith Silverstein.
Chairman said you'd be here. I take it you know where you're going?
But,
Yes, but
yeah. I just don't know what they're smoking by thinking that like only Kiryu can sell games. And then Ichiban is just like a fucking bonus.
it seems this school's design is fairly conventional. See, there's the classroom building, and that must be the gym.
The Persona 5 popularity polls.
How many
Dude,
spy cams do we have?
the popularity polls
20 in
also,
All of which
like,
feed
they have to
directly my
understand that
computer.
think we ought to split them up between us.
obviously in Japan there would be a lot more people
But
that would vote
that
for
might
these.
draw
Oh my
Stick
god.
out enough as
Maddie
is.
160p got one.
So
Dude,
people
it's
will
fucking
wander over to
holy
the
shit, it's
road.
like actually everyone that's
If
actually
we
like talking in the
moved in
chat.
pairs, they'd write us off a lot easier.
And Alucard rocks
There's
us.
always Yagami-shi.
When Alucard X roses.
That reminds me of something.
Thanks, Tybell.
When a con man pretends to be a cop, they'll usually bring along a partner.
Now Shinada's going to cover the
Seems
subtitles.
The added person adds legitimacy.
Thanks, Shinada.
Unless you're a natural skeptic.
Anyway,
All that is to say,
more
Yagami-shi
people are
knows
going to vote for
something
these sorts of
serious.
things in Japan than they would in, you know, America, Australia, England, those sorts of countries.
Very funny. So, how about
You get like
Kaito-san?
gacha games as well, like they
You
do
guys
a
take the
popularity
rest.
thing all the time by
Where are
saying
they
like, oh,
anyway?
pick your favorite character, and then whoever
Right
wins
here.
gets to move on in the
Now
championship.
these cameras don't see very far.
They do
but
stuff
we
like
can
that a
see
lot
wide.
because
150
Japan just loves doing that
degrees
sort of
to be
shit.
precise.
But
So let's try to set
one
them up
downside
where
with
we
those
think
sorts
a
of things
bully
is that
would
you
be
have to
most
understand that the
likely to
sort of people
strike.
that are so like die-hard dedicated to a character that they would vote in a popularity poll are the people that are going to vote in a popularity poll. You're not going to get your general audience.
Something like that, Kaito-san.
And so if you were to magically ping in the brain of every single person who's ever played a Yakuza game,
All right.
who's your
Guys,
favorite
it's
Yakuza
time
character,
for
Kiryu
action.
would not at all win. Kiryu would be so low down.
Talk and I'll start.
Guarantee it.
And you guys can work
But
your
of course,
way
the people
around
that are like,
this.
I love Kiryu!
Affirmative.
My account name is gonna be something Kiryu related. My profile picture's Kiryu, and my wall has got Kiryu posters
We
on
got
it.
10 cameras,
They're voting on this shit.
So we gotta use them smart.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, it's Dialogue. That's the name of the song. I think it's called Dialogue. This was also in Dark Ties, this song. Same with Yagami Detective Agency. Good. Kiryu should have bled out at the end of 5. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. The shoe lockers.
It's funny too how like unwilling they are to abandon their character because
Yeah.
it's kind of like
Drop love letters to
how
Josh.
you get the whole Final Fantasy franchise and then
Dude,
you get the Final Fantasy VII franchise specifically.
Ugh, whatever.
That like it's actually its own franchise, even though it's just one game, and it's all because of
just for the locker?
how popular like Cloud and Sephiroth and shit are.
All right, Tuck.
$20 million alt accounts for Kiryu. But yeah, it's like they're kind of doing the same thing as what they did with Final Fantasy VII. They're just like, yeah, fucking, we have a Final Fantasy franchise, yeah, whatever. But anyway, the Final Fantasy 7 new mobile game. Whoa. At least I did another Dissidia. It's just a shame it's another mobile game. I would have liked a, you know, an actually new Dissidia. Or whatever. Kuro is one of my most favorites. I am based. Nah, Shinada's the best. Yakuza 9 all about Ichi and Shinada. Yeah.
The boys will handle this floor. So let's go up one more.
Gotcha.
Still maintain my belief as well that Shinada's beta Ichiban. He was like the positive, happy-go-lucky,
Right.
but
Let's move up to the next floor.
you know, harbors a deep sadness, but he doesn't care because he's gonna push away that sadness so he can make all of his friends happy. Like he's that guy. That's Shinada. And then they got rid of Shinada, and then they went, man, now this series is miserable. And then they brought back Shinada, but gave him a new name and a new face and a new voice actor. Boom, 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 boom. Oh yeah. It would be a good English voice actor for Shinada. I don't know, I've never actually thought of it, but... Yeah, this is, yeah, this is such a Nomura game. Yeah, I agree, Gundam. Be funny. They should make a Pokemon Go game for Like a Dragon. Just be Sujimon shit. Surprised they didn't retcon Nishiki's death in Kiwami, yeah. Nah, I still think, man, like my idea that I had with Dark Ties, where it's like Mina in the afterlife. If they want to do like some alternate timeline thing, they could do something like that, where it's like all the villains come back from the dead and whatever. Because Ryuji is also a very popular character too, but they've just like, they just don't care enough apparently.
Looking for something, pal?
Speaking of Ichiban, he's back.
Yeah, I'm kind of busy, in case you couldn't tell.
Hello, Keiji Tang. Now Greg's just gonna stare at Keiji. Sujimon Global Offensive. Hey, Janitor Man, I'm gonna... Whatcha? Get spotted. Oh yeah. Holy shit. Marshall's wife, I just thought about that, yeah. They, like, canonically mention Nishitani II, and they added all these additional cutscenes in Kiwami 3. Could have done something like that. Disappointed. Anyway, I'll report you for smoking.
I'm pretty sure smoking's not allowed in school.
Oh, the villains become strangers in heaven. Oh my god. And heaven is like paradise. And so they're like strangers of this paradise. What could we call that game? Yeah, okay, you just sit around waiting. Dude. Ugh, just... Ugh. I just can't help but think about how much a wasted potential Ichiban is. Sure, he's going to appear in Like a Dragon 9, but I get such a strong feeling that they're just going to be like a Dragon 9 now has 3 protagonists. It's Ichiban, it's Marjman, it's some celebrity. And Ichiban's going to be in like 2 chapters. It's genius. Whoa, it'll sell 1 billion units. And it sells like 10. I can't sprint. Nishitani the first on Daidoji payroll.
Kaito-san, I'm done setting up the
Kaito-san.
third floor.
We learned the office.
I've hit up every blind spot I can think of. Thing is,
Oh.
I've still got 2 cameras
Hey.
left.
Wait, what does he say?
Maybe this
Talk,
tight
you're
cooler
back.
might be good.
Hey, copy, isn't
But,
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
shut the
open.
fuck up. Yeah, Ryuji and Nishiki are like the only 2 they refuse to bring back, indeed. Yeah, it's funny too because of all villains that they could bring back,
Totally could have done this during recess.
I still think they should have retconned in Kiwami that the explosion like did more damage to Kiryu
Done with it.
and the Sawamuras, or if they were further away from the explosion, because like that explosion was so huge, and if Kiryu was completely fine, and if Yumi later died from the gunshot from Jingu, then you sort of think like, oh, surely Nishiki could just be like horribly crippled or something, but he's still alive. You know, they could do something like that. They haven't. But
You saw them, right?
there's an example.
Those
Ryuji,
kids who started trouble.
it's like, oh my god, Ryuji's dead, the bomb's gonna explode,
too,
and then it doesn't explode, but he's still dead. It's like, what?
Classroom.
If he was able to survive getting shot and then have a full fist fight with Kiryu,
Sure.
surely he could have just been like in critical condition, you know?
All right.
But no, he's still dead.
Just make sure they don't.
They teased him in Gaiden, but it's been 3 games now and he's not back. Even Kiwami 3, man, it's a sequel to Kiwami 2. They could have been like, oh look, it's Ryuji. Did they just forget? Did they literally just forget that they're like, oh yeah, Ryuji's alive? Stupid. But, yeah, they don't do that. And instead, the guy that they do bring back is the dude who fell like 1,000 kilometers from the sky and fucking hit a bush. How stupid is that?
Excuse me, but I don't recall there being an
Get out of
inspection
here,
today.
Futaba from Persona 5 / million other female characters, because she's a very popular voice actor. And what's this?
So,
Gonna pick
this
the
is
wrong
how it's gonna
answers.
be, huh? Is this how you treat people who work for you?
Fact part of Dead Cells said no one questions how Ryuji
You
survived.
call us here, put us
Yeah.
to work. Then you give us the 3rd degree? Not our fault you weren't notified by
Look
your
at
own
this- look at the
school.
camera angles.
Isn't it the teacher's responsibility to keep track of scheduled maintenance? But hey, what do I know? We'll just pack up and go.
Now, just a minute.
I've been in this business. for a long
Swagman, it's
time.
not necessarily that I want
Not
Ryuji
once
to come
have I
back, but it's just that if they're going to bring anyone
You
back,
could've
he
been
makes
in and out of
like
here
the
for a
most
minute.
sense.
But whatever. Your problem now. And you better
We never
believe
truly
you're
see him die,
reporting
and then they're like, oh yeah, he just died,
boss.
and like,
Really?
I
There's no
still
need to go
think
that far.
as well, like I said this in a video recently about
It'll
how
be done in under a minute?
if
40 seconds.
Sayama in the
Whoa.
start of Yakuza 3, which they
If
could have
it
done this in
really is
Kiwami
that
3 as
quick,
well.
Fine. Then let's just take care of it.
That's 40 seconds for the youngin' here. But
What?
I can get it done in 35.
Kato, don't announce that you
Right,
can finish
of
quicker.
course.
Come on, bro.
Please
Anyway,
continue as you
they could have said something like
I
how
apologize for
Ryuji's not
ruining
dead,
that.
but he, like I said before, critical condition, like he's in a coma or something like that.
Why ruin our
Like he's completely fucked from his wounds. And
I
then
suppose.
that's why Simon leaves. It's like she's just going to be looking after him, and then they grow apart and whatever.
know what they say? Nothing
But they didn't do
ruins a
that, and they're like,
face
oh yeah,
faster
Ryuji's
than a
dead.
frown.
Stupid.
What?
Ignore him, please. Like I said, we'll get this done quick and be out of your hair.
Mishima volcano treatment.
And we're done. Sorry for the disturbance.
Hello,
We'll be going now.
Pipehead Backlog. Thank you for the $5. Yeah, it is like genuinely an awful time to get into the Yakuza series. It's not a bad time though to get into specifically the Judgment series because it will never get a 3rd game.
forget
So you
what
have
we're
plenty of
doing
time.
Yeah, but man, that chick's the spitting image of a teacher I had a crush on.
Holy shit, Kaito.
One of my few good school memories.
How old's Kaito?
So
He's like
that makes
40.
me the bad guy?
40 something.
All right. Back to work.
Yeah.
I get it.
See the future in his forehead. Yeah.
Tsukumo reporting in. Yagami-shi, please.
Shut up, Tsukumo. Yeah, his not only were his wounds the most survivable, but then also the fact that like the bomb was a dud. You know, it didn't actually go off. The thing that was clearly like supposed to imply was the thing that was going to kill him did not kill him. And if they, you know, if they never decide to bring him
Excellent
back
work,
and
gentlemen.
they
All
say
cameras are fully
like
operational.
fully with all of their chest, Ryuji is dead, then that means that Kiryu is the one that killed him. And like Kiryu's canonically killed like fucking 0 people. I mean, he's gotten people killed, you know, he got that restaurant waiter put him in front of him and use him as a human shield. That's pretty fucking dog.
Wrong as it is.
You're awfully nostalgic.
But he's not like
We'll have to
Daigo,
take
who's
this
like
up with the
shot people in the
chairman
head
and
like
see how we
Shindo.
should proceed.
But he has killed Ryuji. And of all characters to kill, it's the guy he had like an immense amount of respect for and shit, and ended up kind of being friends with him. And he had a honorable duel with him, and he's like, yeah, you're the only guy I've killed. Also, I have a thing for your sister, so that's why I killed you. Sorry? And Lost Judgment says, oh! Lost Judgment says, yeah! Anyway. Also, don't remember this song. Who punched a man to death? True. Oh, we're here. No, Sukumo Slender. Oh, getting Judgment 3 and it's going to be as bad as Kiwami 3? Yeah, I know. That's why I'm kind of glad that they'll never do a Judgment 3, because now it means that the peak of the Judgment series is this.
Let's get a little closer and see how she's doing.
Imagine though if they were like, hey guys, look at this. We're doing Judgment remastered, and it's just Judgment, exactly, but the tailing missions are like Lost Judgment, and the combat is like Lost Judgment, boom. And that's it. Hello. One of my favorite things about this investigation that you can do as well is you can just do this again and it makes her look at you every time. So she just looked up and she's like, who the fuck is this guy? Oh, whatever, I'm depressed, I'm upset, I'm going back to sleep. And then Yagami continues to stand here and she's just like, what the fuck? Why is this dude just fucking staring at me? What? Very funny.
This is Sukumo.
Kiryu and Ryuji's dragons touched. Yes.
Yeah, what's up?
I've just reported our findings to the chairman. Could you meet us here?
Yeah, Finley, true.
His office is
Someone
on
like
the third
Aizawa
floor
as
of
well.
the east building.
How he's just kind of been, like, kicked off a cliff, you know? They don't give a shit. But no, they're gonna bring back Lee, who was in a massive explosion. You see, that's another thing too. Speaking before about Kiwami, how, like, what they could have retconned with that explosion was, again, that the three that survived were further away, or that the explosion was smaller, or something. The explosion in Lee's van was like 100 times smaller than the explosion in the Millennium Tower. And that explosion blasted Majima and Makoto like 10 meters backwards and completely knocked them out and smashed all of the windows in the whole street, and there were bikes flying around everywhere, and it was a tiny ass explosion. Apparently Lee survived it. But it's like, that did that to them, and then meanwhile that bomb in the Millennium Tower, Kiryu was fine. He just parried it. He literally just, ping, like Smash Bros. A Yakuza game based in Australia? And it's set in the Gold Coast, everyone wants to stab you there. Ryuji, Nishiki, and Masato back. Bring back Masato purely for the fact that they can bring back Wei Shen's voice actor. Oh shit. Chairman's also fuck on the third floor, I wasn't reading. Oh, it keeps changing where the number is. There we go, I got it. Alright. Yeah, come on, you parried it. Fortitude Valley Road.
Slow down.
50-year-old Ichiban, the greatest showdown ever. Fire extinguisher. Oh, Pipehead backlog. Oh, also favorite SpongeBob episode. I did hesitate. It was up next in the queue, and I was like, you know what? I may as well see if it gets a copyright claim. I don't know if I have a favorite SpongeBob episode. It's been so long since I've seen any of them. But Gang of Dragons. Or Gang of Dragon? I don't remember what it was. I'm taking a piss. Hold up. Yeah, it was like clearly lots of people were expecting, oh, here we go, finally the Yakuza series is going to have some competition. And then NetEase just went, no. It was a while ago that there was some NetEase announcements where like the Nagoshi studio were cut off from their funding of like marketing. There was like, this amount of money you have right now for marketing, that's it. It's capped right here. You can't get any more than this. You have to deal with this. Or maybe it wasn't marketing. Maybe it was just like their budget entirely. Something like that. And so it was basically just, you know, if they completely finished the game, they wouldn't really be able to market it much. But then the trailer shows up at the Game Awards, and it's like, oh, clearly they've changed their mind. They must, surely by now, Christmas Live Winter. They must surely by now, like, have confidence in this game. And so NetEase are like, here you go, here's some more money. And then after the trailer, after lots of traction happened, lots of people would have gone onto the Steam page, added onto their wish list and whatever. I did that. People followed their social media accounts, all this sort of stuff. Then NetEase went to all of their foreign studios, because they're Chinese, right? I think they're Chinese. They went to all their foreign studios, and they went, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. And so now it seems like Gang of Dragons probably just won't happen. Because if they've had all this time and they've already taken all this money to release a proof of concept trailer, because all their screenshots are fake and they clearly like don't actually have any like solid game. It's obviously just like started sort of pre-production probably halfway through last year or something like that. It kind of makes sense why NetEase would pull the plug on things. But I do have to wonder, what has Nagoshi been doing all these years? He left Sega in 2020. Well, I don't remember if it was before Lost Judgment came out or like slightly after Lost Judgment came out. It was 2021/2022. He left Sega. And 3 years later, or slash 4 years, finally comes out with a trailer for his first ever game. And they've only just started working on it. Because if they've been working on it this entire time, even if it's been like in the last year or something like that, they would have at least had some real screenshots instead of just getting the model of Don Lee, putting some fake HUD on there, and then chucking in like random like fucking Unreal Engine assets on him. Like, oh, here's a minigun. You know? Oh, here's a car. And we'll do like a draft UI design for this car customization menu. Something like that. So yeah, I don't know what's going to happen with that game. It probably will get cancelled now. And it's a bit unfortunate that Nagoshi was like, you know what, I'm going to split off and do my own thing. And then, you know, ended up doing the thing he already did. Japanese GTA. And then now he's not going to be able to do it. He's been taking gym selfies and visiting tanning salons. Yeah, that's kind of all he does. I mean, not that I know him personally or anything like that, but he has always kind of just seemed like the guy who's just more concerned about the fame than anything. Like, if he had a choice between being famous or making like some of the best games of all time, but his name's not on it, he'd just pick famous. Like, that's clearly what he actually cares about. And part of me just sort of thinks that with all these years, they've just been fucking around doing nothing. Because, I mean, there's of course the likely situation that they have made a bunch of draft concepts, they've done a bunch of pre-production things, they've done all these things. Oh, Jameson Price! And they're like, here's the ideas we have about some games that we are thinking of working on, and they put towards NetEase, and NetEase rejected all of them. There's that possibility.
It's those students sitting idly by. They're aware of the problem.
But the fact that the game that they have actually shown off is just a blatant copy of his previous work means that either it could have been a last resort, or what is probably more likely is Nagoshi just didn't really have any ideas.
How's it coming along, Yagamishi? No complications?
Yes.
So far, so good.
He kind of did, Justin, and there's a lot of the Nagoshi stands that treat him like he has the same like credibility as Kojima, but he doesn't. Kojima as well, people say, oh, Kojima should just make a movie at this point. Kojima clearly loves video games and he loves making video games. He wants to make video games. That's his first and foremost priority. Everything else is just a side effect of him making good games. That's clearly the way he lives his life.
There's something wrong with the camera in the classroom building.
Can't just stare him for my soul.
Second floor by the stairs.
You're welcome, Marge's wife.
No, still getting a signal. Something might be blocking the lens?
I don't know, here's a dude.
I'll check it out on the way.
Ask me one more time, I'll knock you out. In real life, bitch. Bitch punk. Imagine if Gang of Dragons was just retelling Yakuza 1. What if it was like Yakuza 2 with the Jingon Mafia, but now you play as the Koreans? Well, because is it Don Lee? He's Korean, right? He's in Death Stranding 2. There you go. Oh, he wants to make Hideo games. Yeah, true.
Are you
No, I'm
safe,
sneaking.
Yagamishi? Seems like you're in a bit of a pinch.
Yeah, you think?
Super Mario in real life. That's Gang of Dragon. But yeah, so it's just summary of Gang of Dragon. It's a similar vein to people putting in all their confidence into Stranger Than Heaven. That we've not really been given any reason to be confident in it. Also, I like doing this because if you stand here for a while, or maybe, hang on, as if you like go in and out of the window. No, if you stand here for a while, there you go. They're like, what the fuck? And they quickly try and piss. But I like this dude here in the middle. What's he doing? They're like, oh, let's get the fuck out of here. This dude's just apparently like standing around watching people piss. He's the piss inspector. Anyway, that animation's always makes me laugh. Hello, boss M60, as in like the gun. Oh, there's a pigeon. Look at the pigeon on the right.
Crap.
Don't scare the pigeon, Yagami. But yeah, so we've not really been given anything to actually be confident in substantially, but of course Stranger Than Heaven is much more along the way than Gang of Dragons ever was and perhaps ever will be. But what probably could give us a bit more confidence of like a, oh my god, here we go, this is finally like something to compete with Yakuza, it's going to be better than the Yakuza games, is if they did a Sleeping Dogs 2, but I don't know if they'll ever fucking do a Sleeping Dogs 2. Making sure no one shits in the urinal, yeah. They call him the PI, holy shit, bro, that's genius. Boss M60, that's the sound of an M60, at the most recent Xbox partner showcase thing or something like that, they showed a new trailer for Stranger Than Heaven, which showed off more gameplay and showed off like their 5 cities. One of the cities is Kamurocho. We already knew one of the series was Sotenbori as well. Cities, sorry. And basically it was just a teaser trailer for them doing another presentation in May at some point. I forget the date. They have a date. But yeah, so it wasn't really like a proper trailer, but it was at least more things to show off. And do these pigeons disappear like Infinite Wealth? Yes, of course they do, okay. Yeah, good bird technology you've got there.
Looks like you've made it to the rooftop.
Where have you been watching from?
Stranger than pair of dice.
Drone, Yagami, see? I found a spot that's pretty inconspicuous.
I'm getting conflicting information. 6th and 5th. Oh my god. 6th. Also, Snoop Dogg was in there. Yes, Snoop Dogg was at the end of the trailer. Because Snoop Dogg, after the Game Awards, when they initially showed off Stranger Than Heaven, RGG posted a photo of Snoop Dogg in like the protagonist's outfit. Everyone's like, okay, yeah, Snoop Dogg's gonna be in the game. Whatever happened to the webcam bit? What webcam bit? Ooh-yeah! I tend not to have it on because it blocks things, because it's not transparent, unlike the chat. Chat, of course, blocks things, but less so. Stranger than bags of rice!
I'll have to.
It's not meant to be a gun? Okay, that's fair.
Before that, I'm gonna need to set up these speakers. Better be careful.
But yeah, it's the thumbnail of that trailer as well. Boss man.
Like I said,
I've parodied here because you see it's got the orange background with the wood grain texture behind it, and a blue protagonist. And that's what I've done. Oh my god, I'm so genius. Sneaking. What the hell was that noise? Someone's playing basketball? What bit? That's just me, yeah. It would be nice to see Gang of Dragon actually be like a good game.
I see now.
Because even if it is just, you know, a clone of the Yakuza games... Wait, can I go this way? Even if it is just a clone of the Yakuza games, as I've been saying, like, for many years, there's just nothing like it. It's a bit like, it's like Rainbow Six Siege, for example.
And this was the shortest route to class.
Dog shit game. Ubisoft ruin it every single time they get the chance, and they're just like, here you go, guys, let's secretly let in 10 million hackers to make the game worse, and fucking ruin everything with every update, and just make it so that no one has fun anymore. That's what Siege, that's what happens with Siege all the time. But there's nothing like it. Counter-Strike, not comparable. There's nothing like the abilities and the destruction, all this sort of shit. And with the Yakuza series, wait, what? Where am I going? Oh wait, I've got to go upstairs, that's right. Or am I tweaking? Yes, no, I'm correct. the Yakuza series, there's nothing like it. The closest is like Sleeping Dogs, has similar combat and that sort of stuff, and like minigames and stuff. But Sleeping Dogs is more like GTA than it is Yakuza.
Okay, that makes sense.
That makes sense. So it would be nice to get something new like that. But at the same time, Gang of Dragon shows, unless the screenshots are this fake, but it's like gonna have like more shooting and driving in it, so more like GTA. So, you know. I agree. Wobo 4122. I fully agree. They're so like pressed, and it's self-inflicted, by insisting that, you know, oh, we have to release it yearly because if we don't have a game in 2026, then fucking the franchise is gonna collapse. It's not gonna happen. Not at all gonna happen. And it's like, you know, oh, chill out, bro, Broington. There we go. You don't want it to be exactly like Final Fantasy, because Final Fantasy used to release a game like basically every year, and now they release games every like large handfuls of years. What ended up happening with the Final Fantasy series was that they clearly like set the standards too high for a mainline game, and like a mainline game has to be like this massive budget title, and it's going to be huge and special and all this sort of stuff. And so it makes it so that there are so many years between games. Like they don't need to, they don't need to delay things that much, but still, they should definitely consider slowing down on releases. It'll up the quality tremendously just through sheer, I don't know what would be the right way to say this, but just the fact that they have more time means that the games just can be better. I mean, knowing RGG Studio, if they do give themselves more time, that means that they're just going to put twice the fucking minigames in it, but still, there's potential that that doesn't happen. I've not played Slay the Spire 2, Tarbell. Yeah, yearly releases sound cool until the quality tanks. The Youngster series is Japanese GTA, not GTA, sorry, it's Japanese Call of Duty. There you go. People say it's Japanese GTA, it's actually Japanese Call of Duty.
I'm in class 2-2. Nobody in sight.
Roger that.
Where its failure is purely due to its own fucking hubris.
Yeah, thanks to you. Well, better set up
Indeed,
some
Hesidude.
speakers while I can.
Good luck.
They never make a single basket when they play basketball, and then they use that same animation in 8. Yeah, Justin. I remember I was doing a stream in, I think it was Pirate Yakuza, and I was just like watching the basketball court animation, and none of them fucking landed. It was so funny. Just sat there for like 30 minutes. Think about that one. Yeah, True Monroe. Dude, I think I said this in the Dark Ties podcast I did with the Yakuza 4. But like, one of the appealing factors of the side content in the Yakuza games is the fact that they are attached to the Yakuza games. And it's really annoying how they clearly, like with Kiwami 3 for example, compare it to Like a Dragon. Like a Dragon is so chock full of side content and silly shit.
Say something through the speakers.
And yet, like, Ichiban Confections was barely a part of any of the trailers for Yakuza Like a Dragon. It was just a bonus. It was like a special fun surprise where when you're playing through this quirky RPG, you get this really cool business management minigame.
Yeah, I've pretty much done what
That's like an appealing factor of the Yakuza games, is that it comes with the Yakuza games. But then you get Kiwami 3 and they're like, oh, Gal Gang, Ryukyu Gal Gang, Haso Girls, Ichiban has a fucking DLC. That's all the trailers. It's just like, oh yeah, here's like some cutscenes, here's like 5 seconds of gameplay. Gal Gang, Ryukyu Gal Gang, whoa, Ryukyu fucking Haso Girls, whoa! And if you're gonna attach this thing that you're like so proud of to this fucking pile of shit main game, it's not, like it doesn't compensate for it because it's still a side content. Shut up. Whatever your name was. Oh my god, rugby players. It's a state of origin.
Holy shit!
Who the fuck was supposed to develop Kiwami 3? Yeah, it's like their like fucking Z team. And again, it's stupid because if, like, they easily could do like turn-based guidance. I think those would be probably easier for them to make as well. Like just like small turn-based games. And if it's like choppy and washed and whatever, that's all right. It's a small game. But then they're like, no, we're gonna make our small game that we're gonna let the fucking WWE people and then like 4 staff members who only just started working as of yesterday. We're gonna make them make Kiwami 3.
You don't want that on the news, do you?
No.
True.
Only one way out there.
Being a sex offender is really bad. Yagami, am I right? Just ask your parent company. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, Snake Style. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Watch this. Dude, even, man, mortal reversals getting introduced in Lost Judgment, and then the fighting styles actually having like unique mortal reversals that actually have like different mechanics, basically. Boom. Oh yeah. See, like that one does like a piercing straight. It hit dudes behind him. Crane one hits dudes all around. Snake style will like throw them into other enemies. Boxing style is just dedicated to just punching one guy. And then Gaiden was just like, yeah, no, they both do the same thing. Boom! At least Gaiden added the, you know, you can do 2. Boom! There. More Gaiden, fingers crossed.
Never mind those guys. You need to make
Yeah,
yourself clear.
I don't know how to pronounce your name,
You're on your own from
Wobo.
The 3 of us need
But
to make our exit now too. We'll
it is
always
getting
be
to the
on,
point
okay?
where, I mean, because Sega
Got it.
at least haven't, I don't think they've said anything about like physically using generative AI and that sort of shit. Of course, they use like AI programs, like game developers have been doing that for years, where it'll be something of like an AI that knows if you place these 2 things in a sequence 5 pixels from each other, and then you go to put another thing, it knows, okay, you probably want this 5 pixels from each other, and it'll sort of like help you guide it. You know, there's AI things like that all the time. But if they just continue to just like not care about the Yakuza series and just, you know, oh yeah, fucking whatever, here's the next one, boom. Yeah, I don't care, just take this one. They probably are just going to start resorting to like fucking generative AI. And who knows, maybe they'll, you know, English dub comes around. Sega of North America say, alright, look, we're going to have to pay these fees because there's all these like union contracts and all that sort of shit for American voice actors. Sega Japan go, we don't want to pay that. Hey, why don't you just do what Arc Raiders did? No. Then the English dub will get even more slander. But at the rate they're going, that doesn't seem unlikely, and that's the sad thing. I'm gonna get hit by the car. Watch out! Would ya? Well, it seems like as well, Finley, based on what Yokoyama said, that they won't do a Kiwami 4. And I mean, especially after... Oh, it's so annoying. Kiwami 3 being a fucking failure because it's just a shit game would probably make them think that, like, oh yeah, clearly people just don't want the Kiwamis. But, yeah, they're probably just gonna do... Oh, we both get hit by the car. They're probably gonna do some alternate timeline bullshit or whatever, and then be like, oh look, we don't have to worry about who plays Tanimura anymore because he's not in the game. Kiwami 3 is the first fully AI-generated video game. Does feel like it. I do know there are some people saying that the soundtrack sounds AI-generated, but I have to say that of all things in Kiwami 3, the soundtrack is its best, like, part. And of course, it's the one thing you can listen to completely for free. You can experience the entire full soundtrack in all of its glory. You will not miss a single thing about it for free. And also, Tak Raccoon. Arc Raiders had AI-generated voices, like the finals, for example, and they sounded like dog shit. And I can't believe that there are people that hear AI-generated voice acting and they're like, yeah, this sounds great. I have no problems with this. How do you not have problems? It sounds terrible. Oh, Pepsi. Also, so weird that you can't interact with vending machines in this game because of how, like, detailed these vending machines are, because they're all real products. The G-Zone, that's real. These are all Suntory drinks. CC Lemon. CC Lemon's actually good as shit. And Pepsi, of course, and then Mountain Dew. Can you even get Mountain Dew as an item? I don't remember. Holy shit, squirrel. Wow. Yeah. Less sex offenders and more AI Shinada. Oh, I know. Less sex offenders and AI. More Shinada. Yeah, so I agree.
On the sex offender list.
There's
What? Kaito, would you agree that this would be a bad thing, Kaito? Surely that'd be a bad thing, Kaito, right? Do you reckon the people that, like, made you, Kaito, that they would agree that that's a bad thing? Would it? Or... Anyway. Also, someone said Gaiden had one. I still haven't gone back and checked, but... Lost Judgment, having a conversation log. Look at how far back this shit goes. I can hear about a conversation that happened like 20 minutes ago. So far so good. Looks like most of the students have gone. How good is the conversation log?
no way.
Especially if you're playing in Japanese. If you're like, if you look down your phone, hey, wait, sorry, what did Yagami just say? Oh, okay, sweet.
In all seriousness,
amazing feature.
Those bullies got what was coming.
Kanto predicted
I
Kiwami
kinda
3.
wish you messed him up worse. That way, never bother Koda-san again.
Yeah, but that wouldn't really solve the problem. Not everything can be settled with a fight.
Outcast of Rum, have you ever heard
look who's
Mino's
talking.
battle theme? It's pretty good. Like the Dark Alley, Dark Ties one.
Isn't it?
Yeah. If everything goes
They also,
as
yes, they
expected.
did remix Fly in Kiwami 3.
everything
I don't really like it.
So we'll see what tomorrow has in store.
As in, like, as a remix, I don't think it's that special. It's still Fly, so it's still a good song. But, yeah, it doesn't really stand out that much compared to the original version of Fly, which it should have. And if, you know, there are people that say, like, oh, well, the problem is you can't really remix Fly. And then you look at Ishin. And Ishin remixed Fly, and it was fucking awesome. Also, hello, Geb. Rest on the couch. Wonder what Ryosuke Hori thinks about this, yeah. Yeah, I have no idea. Some in the hat. Like, if there was some sort of technical reason, like, because the conversation log goes so far back that maybe, I don't know, maybe there was some sort of thing where, I can't, it's just text. I can't think of a single possible, like, thing that would make this too hard to do. And if it was like, you know, oh, if the conversation log got too big, it could cause load times to take longer, or like game to lag, or something like that. I don't know. But something like that, just fucking make it shorter. Anyway. Marshall's wife, yeah. I quite like the Lau Ka Long remix. I think that's pretty good. The part where it like becomes like a heavy rock guitar. See, that's something that's like new and exciting with the Kiwami remixes, but I don't mean to shit on her too much. Sarah Yoshida directed Kiwami 3 soundtrack. She also directed Pirate Yakuza's, 2 games in a row where people said that the music was a little underwhelming. She's a great composer, but I don't think she's best at directing. But like, a lot of the Kiwami remixes of Kiwami 3, because there's only 7, I believe. I'm just gonna walk there, fuck it. They're not that special, because Joji Kazuma's theme has a new, like, bit to it. It's like this whole, like, flamenco guitar thing, which is very Hideno Shoji, even though it's not Hideno Shoji. The original was, but the remix is not. But anyway, it feels very much like him. Almost to the point where it's like some... I don't know, like, it kind of feels like it was like a idea that Shoji was going to do for the original song that he scrapped. And then when it came around to remixing it, he probably said like, oh look, I was actually going to originally do this part, I'll like send you the tabs. Something like that. But they don't really stand out that much to the original, like they're not that different. But I still think they're good. But yeah, then you get like, Ogre Has Been Reborn, or whatever the fuck it's called. Something Ogre. Not Soul of the Ogre, that's, ooh. Oh yeah. But yeah, I think that's pretty good. Also, yeah, George Kuzma. Because probably because, and I mean, I have to. Oh god, I have to so hope that it wasn't because it was generated like fucking. It wasn't some AI translated shit, and it was just like the translators making a mistake. Because I wouldn't be surprised if like the localizers now aren't even like fucking. They're probably not tied to just Yakuza, as opposed to before where it was like the Atlas team that was tied to Yakuza. They did 0 all the way through to Lost Judgment, and that team didn't work on any other Sega games. I wouldn't be surprised if now the localization teams have been split up amongst a lot more games. And so, holy shit, they probably didn't know that Georgie is not George, but in fact, Joji.
You gonna come out to lunch with us or what?
Who knows? You gonna come out to lunch with us, bitch? You gonna come have tasty snacks with us? You wanna have fucking sandwiches? I brought sandwiches. My mom made some. Oh wait, hang on. Wait, this is him kicking the chair. You ready? Wait, where is it?
You won't be needing this stuff then.
We told you to get your ass up, you little slut. Oh, maybe you started fucking guys on your lunch break now?
You're out here living the dream, aren't you?
Every time they insult her, I'm fine booming it.
What's the fucking holdup, Coda? Bruh. You should be thanking us for even inviting you to come.
Iconic line. Anyway, I'm skipping that shit. The first penguin. Hang on.
What do you say we monitor the situation for now?
Okay, hang on. Wait, it's after this. First penguin.
Have a rather urgent.
Oh wait, maybe it's not. I don't know. Wait, is that the end of? Oh wait, no, that's the end of chapter 2. Actually, I just realized.
Ijincho Yokohama.
Brian McNamara. Don't say Final Fantasy 16.
Birmingham!
No, that's not. That's the wrong button.
Shithole. I hate the fucking place! I fucking hate it!
Oh. Ronaldo.
Bruh. Wow. I'm that broke.
There we go. That's one of the. I forgot I had this.
Wow. Can we go? I'm that broke.
Thank you, Greg.
Profile.
Anyway. Oh, Maddie. Yeah, I noticed that in the dub. Sorry, in the demo. Sorry, that the lines were matching the dub. But I haven't actually gone and checked in the full game. I think you are right that they just did one subtitle track. I've not seen Project Hail Mary. Isn't that is it Ryan Gosling or something? Because one of my friends was talking about it before, saying it's really good. Oh! Holy shit! I was just reading the chat and then that happened.
May I help you with something, Yagami-san?
Jesus
You sure
Christ.
can. Only thing is, where to start?
Hang on, wait, sorry, Yagami, did you say... There you go, I'm remembering all the buttons that I have here. Here's my Akiyama button. There you go.
Remember how you told me about a student?
Oh, here's my Kiwami button. I need to change this to blue now.
This is him, right? Hiro Mikoshiba.
How do you have that photo?
Just turn on display capture, that doesn't do anything.
But yes, that's him.
The call just came in.
I'd like to ask a bit about him in relation
Ice
to a
barrage?
separate investigation.
What is it you need to know?
Everyone just got ice barraged. You're all frozen now.
I'm afraid I can't give you any details.
Oh, wait, I just realized, yeah, you said Project Hail Mary because I just noticed Ryan Gosling's in the corner.
I'm sure you understand.
I never used any mods, Sparsh, Sharma, except for like mods that get rid of the ultra-wide borders, which I just normally do myself.
I would never disclose anything about your case.
Yeah, but now they heard all this talk about sex offenders and had to pop in. Yeah.
Mikoshiba-kun was officially reported missing. Please, can you tell me something?
I promise.
Oh, okay. Pirate Yakuza was like that too.
But for now, let me ask the questions.
Yeah.
Very well.
It's like...
I'll start with the basics.
I don't know, man. I know these sorts of quality standards are hard to match. You gotta match them. You just have to. You can't suddenly come out with like a 5-star meal at your restaurant and then just the next day go straight back to fucking shit on a stick, you know?
Was a graduate
you just can't
That's why
do
you
that.
came back to train as a teacher?
That's correct.
How long was he supposed to be here?
But they're fine with doing that. Edge of the Discord soundboard.
Could this be what riled you up?
I'm convinced that the Kiwami art directors are mildly colorblind.
This
Yeah.
is footage of Akihiro Ihara 2 months
Holy
ago.
shit.
Captured
Wait, hang on,
up
if
in
I do
Tokyo.
this... Oh, never mind.
The man was an
I wonder how they do
active-duty
these.
police officer.
Tried hiding
So,
the
of
HUD
course
to see if it would like
rounds
hide
of
this
hate.
video, but...
You...
Anyway, shut up, Greg Chun. Wait,
Wow. I'm that broke.
there you go. That's dark ties right there, yeah. Yeah, dark... hang on. Dark ties during the day, blue. Dark ties at night, green! But it's a subtle green that you don't notice. Wow, look at that. Actually, if I wanted to make it more accurate to fucking dark ties as green, it would actually be stronger than that. It's just so dumb. It's like there were a lot of TV shows, in particular in England, around the time of Top Gear, if you guys know Top Gear, where they all put vignettes over everything. And I learnt that it wasn't actually something that they put in post. It was never like they went into whatever video editing program and put a vignette. And if you don't know what a vignette is, it's, in this context, it's when the edges of the screen are black, and then like the blackness fades as it gets closer to the center. So you can still see the center, but on the edge it's all black. I hate that. Resident Evil does that with all their games. It's fucking terrible. You get RE Framework to get rid of that shit immediately. It's terrible. But there was like a trend around the time of Top Gear, and they did all that sort of stuff, and they'd actually put like a vignette over the lens, so it's physically in the recording that they have that.
Sawa Sensei here?
But at least with those sorts of things, like in Top Gear, for example, they would put like the classic Mexico yellow filter over and stuff like that. They'd put like if they're in like a scary area, like when they went to like Washington in America, or Washington DC, I think. They intentionally made it look like it was like super overcast and stuff to try and like elicit the feeling that's like a scary and dangerous place. They do stuff like that, and it has a purpose. It's to like make things feel different. It's to sort of invoke a mood or a feeling and to make it seem like you're in a different area. And then the Yakuza games are just like, you just make it green. Why green? I don't fucking know. How about you make it blue? Well, okay, why blue? I don't know. Let's make Kiwami 4, make it red. What? What's wrong with you? Lost Judgment. It's orange. I don't know why. Hello world. Is that a programming thing? What the? What the?
Wow. I'm that broke.
Greg Chun. H1 way too strong. Yeah, no, I don't get it. Because...
What are you doing here?
I mean,
I thought you'd.
I pointed out plenty of times, but like Lost Judgment does the like, you know, blue, red, green color filters with the fighting styles, but it's like used as an impact effect. It's used to exaggerate something or to highlight something or something like that. It is an effect. If it was like, you know, if outside of combat, if the whole game was green because I was last in Snake Style, or right now I'm in Tiger Style, so if the whole game is red, that'd be fucking annoying. But that's probably what they would do if they made a Judgment 3. They'd just do something stupid like that. Or even if in combat, also hand, let's watch, what's her name? Mami Koda? Is that her name? Let's see. Is she any good at basketball? Hang on, let's get the camera and zoom in. Will she make the shot? She's coming up to the 3-point... Wait, that's not the 3-point line. What is that? That's like the free... Whoa. Oh, never mind. That's a free shot or something. Oh, she's bouncing the ball. Oh my god, the mocap actor has now spent 5 minutes in the studio holding a fake ball, pretending as if they are gonna shoot, and they're not gonna shoot, and they're just gonna sit there and not do anything. Will she throw it all? But yes, Gaiden's lighting was one of the best in the series. The reason why Gaiden's lighting was one of the best as well is because it wasn't just, you know, it wasn't just this. They didn't just slap something on top of it. It was actually, like, directed well. You get, most things were darker, and so it let the colors stick out so much more. And when you get the Like, I always use that first shot of Kiryu on his radio and his earpiece thing, because that's one of the best shots in the entire game. That the subtle red and blue highlights that do like rim lighting, I think is the term. It looks so cool. And then when you get to the castle, the massive contrast from the subtle colors to the big, bright, blinding colors of everything makes it stand out so much more. It's like directed well. There's actually thought put into it. She's still not shooting. You fucking suck. There's a reason why you get bullied, kid. Oh my god, she didn't. Anyway. What's your opinion on Stranger Than Heaven trailer? I'll tell you in a second, Alexander. Well, you know, I'll lead into it, actually. But then, with Pirate Yakuza, it's just like, they just, like, cranked up the contrast. Like, the contrast setting, and just went... And then it just all looks ugly, and, like, you look at, like, the title screen, it's such a cool title screen that you just can't see, because it's so dark. And you know why it's so dark? If you go into Reshade, which is why I've hit it here, and you hide, see, okay, by the way, talking about vignettes earlier, see at the edge of the screen, how it gets darker? There's a vignette here, but it's because it's the HUD. It's supposed to, like, be a drop shadow for the HUD. That's why. Makes perfect sense. Pirate Yakuza put one of those sorts of drop shadows over the entire fucking camera in the title screen, so you can't see anything. And it's like, how did anyone look at that and they sat in a well-lit environment and went, yeah, that's peak. I'm a professional. I'm literally hired to do this sort of shit, and I can't do my fucking job because it looks like shit. How do these people get jobs? How do they get paid? How do they get fucking maternity leave? I don't know. How do they get any of those sort of benefits when they can't do their job? And then you get Stranger Than Heaven, which is doing the Pirate Yakuza thing again, where it's just like random colors, and they're not even good colors. It's just like the ugliest, like dreariest fucking, looks like I'm in the middle of England on a rainy day colors. It's just like grey and dull. It's like PS3. It looks like PS3 era colors. And there's a reason why we moved away from those colors, because they're just ugly. It was like a trendy thing to try and look more realistic and cool, but these days it's just ugly. And you can have a realistic game with colors. It's called Lost Judgment. It's so annoying. What happened to them? Did they literally just did all of them just fucking get the Men in Black brain blanker thing and just and forget everything. Forget all the lessons they ever would have learnt in whatever classes they did to get into this position, and all of their experience making all these games and all this sort of shit. They just fucking threw it all away. To be like, oh, look at this, guys. There's a flame effect around your screen when you activate extreme heat. Whoa. Hawaii looks okay at night. There's some cool spots in Hawaii at night. Especially when it rains, it looks all like shiny and nice. But they clearly like don't care about how it looks during the fucking at night, because there's like 2 parts of the game where it's actually at night. You are so shit. Look, this is why you get bullied, bro. You sat there for 40 minutes and then you missed. But don't worry, I'll defend you. Come on. Yeah. Also, speaking of like visual appeal and stuff, and wait, I could have used the dog hit action just then. Yeah, and just like basic animation principles, all this sort of shit that they've just forgotten. There's stuff like the Mine. It's one of his hit actions where he like kicks him in the face, and when the kick lands, it does like a slow motion thing. The slow motion is like so misplaced and like poorly timed and shit, and it just doesn't add anything to the impact. And it's like drawn out and it's weird, and especially when you like kill the last enemy with it, it's even longer, and it's just, it doesn't have anything cool, because the shot of Mine with his leg out, he completely covers the enemy with his purple aura, which is, it's a funny concept. He covers the enemy with his aura. But the stance is just, it's like, it's nothing. It's not appealing, it's not cool or anything like that. And then you get, watch closely everyone, then you get Waterfall Crush, EX Waterfall Crush, where he does this, and then there's the boom! That's like a 2-second heat action, and it's so cool. It packs so much flavor and punch in just like that. And you want to look at cool poses? and stuff. And I've done it wrong. Should be in crane. Hold on. Okay, get on the ground. Now I'm gonna pick up this. Now I'm gonna hit you on the ground. Ooh! And that has 3 different camera angles as well. Let's see if I can get the second one on this guy. Oh, damn it. It's just that one. It's like they do these things to emphasize like cool poses and cool moments and all this sort of shit. And a lot of the Kiwami 3 hit actions just don't even do that. I don't know. Yeah, it should have been before landing the hit. It should have been like he tucks in his leg and the slow motion does like a shot where you see like all the wind up into that spear kick, and then it's like boom, spear kick him in the face, and it's like a really powerful hit. They should have done something like that, but they didn't. And the just complete lack of any sort of fucking visual appeal and anything that looks good in the visual department. It screams to me like the sort of product of someone who's just not inspired by anything. I don't know if you guys, well, I don't know if you yourselves are any creative people or anything like that, you know, like it's kind of like a, you either are or you aren't a creative person. It's just how it happens. But even a lot of uncreative people can look at something cool, like they look like a Jackie Chan movie and they're like, wow, that's cool. Like my oldest brother, for example, he likes to think he's a creative person. He's not. He likes AI-generated shit. He's a loser. And yet he would still look at something like he played Ace Combat 7, and he was telling me about how cool it is. Like when you see the shot of the Soul Squadron flying in, and it starts playing the music and shit, he looks at that and he's like, that's cool. But you get some people, and they're the sort of people that go and watch a movie, and they watch like one of the animated Spider-Man movies, Into the Spider-Verse, something like that, and you think, oh, wasn't it so cool when they did this shot and it had all this color and stuff, and they're like, oh yeah, I guess. And they're the sort of people that they aren't inspired by anything. They don't ever look at anything, and they have there's nothing that sparks within them to think like, I like how that looks. And they never think, if they do like how something looks, they never think why that thing looks cool. And those sorts of people, that's all of the staff for Kiwami 3. That's what it feels like. There's just nothing. There's just nothing in Kiwami 3. It's just fucking stale bread. That's what it is. It's like the water of the drinks world, where it's just standard. It's just water.
You've got a lot of guts for your age.
There's no special things to it and whatever. It's like, you know, sure, water's like the best drink ever. It's the reason why it's part of like most of the planet, because we all need it to survive, because it's great. It's great. Water's great. But if you're like, I feel like a tasty drink, you're never going to be like, I feel like a fucking room temperature water. If that's Kiwami 3. Kiwami 3 is just fucking water.
Are you even listening?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, that also happens, Weebra. And there's also stuff like when Kiryu knees them in the head, how like the slow motion is like before the impact, and it's really weird. And then you get like the Gaiden wall hit action where he does like the huge punch, and it does like the massive fucking dragon thing. That shit looks cool.
Why are you attacking defenseless students on their school property? How many times must I tell you to leave our—
Leave me alone, Futaba from Persona 5.
Afraid Sawa-sensei's made her point clear.
Can't even see the characters in the beginning. Yeah.
Best you take your leave.
And they even like they're getting bored, not bored. They're getting boring and stale.
How about this?
With
You can hire me on.
Sorry, I just thought I heard something outside.
That way.
With the gameplay aspects of Heat Actions 2, because they included the one from the original Yakuza 3 where it was the woman that had the pocket tissues, and she like went around and put them in all their pockets, like that revelation, and then you get the 4-person Heat Action, which was, I think, last in 5. I think 5 was the last game to have it, because it's in 3, 4, and 5.
Can't we work something
that
out?
is now a 3-person Heat Action in Kiwami 3, and it's because, for some stupid reason, Pirate Yakuza sort of started this. There were some that were more than 3, some that were like 2 and whatever, but they for some reason just have this mentality that like
like a club advisor.
They've got to only have heat actions that hit one enemy or 3 enemies, and that's it.
I've got a few tricks I could show some kids.
Judgment was a bit like that, because Judgment, all the crane hit actions would hit 3 people, and then all the Tiger ones would hit 1 person.
I believe each club already.
But it was just kind of, it was like clearly just something that just happened. It wasn't like an actual, you know, intentional design choice where it's like any multi-person hit action has to be 3, any single person one has to be 1. But that's what it is now. And so you get a 4-person heat action, and they cut out the 4th animation to make it a 3-person one. Why? Why not just make it a 4-person one? Oh, it might be too broken then if you can hit 4 people. It's a fucking Yakuza game. This isn't Tekken. You don't need to fucking balance things to that extent. You just need to make it that I can't just sweep through the entire game using one thing. Oh, but guess what I can do? Sweep through the entire game by just sticking one fucking thing. Kiwami 3 devs listen to Ed Sheeran and watch Fruit Love Island videos. There.
Huh?
You know, I knew a lot of people like that in school where it's just like, where you go, oh, what sort of music do you listen to? And they just go, oh, I don't know, just music. Oh, what's on the radio? I like to go to the top 100 playlist, and that's what I listen to. And so 2 years later, if you're like, oh, what music do you listen to? Oh, it's still the same thing. I don't listen to any of the songs I listen to anymore because none of them had an impact on me because I have no fucking creative drive in my entire fucking body. Anyway, I'm gonna go back Kiwami 3 now. A game from one of the most, like, creatively fucking ambitious franchises in history. They're the game that went, hey guys, we're gonna make our Japanese GTA a turn-based RPG and make the whole thing silly. You know what I mean? Now the song's playing twice. Fuck. Yeah. Kiwami 3 actually does have 2 heat bars, but it's like one of the fucking final upgrades. Oh wait, I have to do this, that's right. Whoa, look at that shadow, guys. Wow. Path trace shadows. It's not. Oh yeah. Gold verse. Hello. Member for 1 month. Very nice. I'm assuming it's Gold Rush. Would be your name. But thank you. Anyway, what am I doing? How about becoming a club advisor? Yes.
How about you make...
Martin's wife, probably not. Play the new Tomodachi Life. I don't really care about those sorts of games, but also, I've never played the fucking 3DS one or anything like that. Yeah, Psychic Girl, that's another thing too. Also, holy shit, Black Eyes Shinada based.
Who's this, sis?
Yeah, is how there are so many, there are like so many games that are like well-known games that do an idea that RGG comes up with significantly better. And instead of looking at what those games do, they just sort of think like, oh, well, you know, in our last game, things worked like this, and now it's slightly better, so it's just automatically better. And it's like, no, because now there are these other games that do what you do significantly better, and now you just look like shit. Like, for example, seamless heat action things. So many games do so much of a better job than what Kiwami 3 did. And I don't know if this is entirely correct. Maybe a modder would know better. But what it looks like with the seamless heat actions is that they're just a normal heat action, but instead of the camera cutting at the beginning, it does when you finish a hit action in the Dragon Engine games, the camera will slowly pan out and go back to player controlled. All hit actions do that. Well, actually, I say all hit actions. There are some that do still cut, but most of them do that. And so it seems like with the seamless ones, that camera transition on the outro of the hit action, they've just put at the start, and that's it. That's all they've done. And you look at a game like, saying at the start, Ninja Gaiden 2, 2008 game, by the way, which means it's older than Yakuza 3. And all of the execution animations are so fucking cool, and they do seamless camera transitions and shit, and it still manages to look like punchy and powerful and impactful, all this sort of stuff. It's a 2008 game, and they could have just looked at what they did and just literally just copy it. You guys know how when in a video, up at the top left, it shows the song name? I didn't come up with that. Like, I thought of my own volition to add in song titles when I when I start playing a song in a video. That was my own idea. But the way it's presented, I looked at what Smash Bros did. I thought, okay, yeah, that's a good idea. I'm going to sort of replicate that. And then I saw how the Sakurai Presents videos did it. Or like the DLC fighters and Smash Bros and stuff. And I literally just copied it directly. There's nothing wrong with that. Just do that. If it's something like so simple and small, just do what someone else did and then go from there instead of just like trying to come up with your own thing, because you're just going to make so much more work for yourself and then potentially fail miserably. If it's something big, like for example, don't go copying like fucking, I don't know, don't copy the exact story of another game. You know, that's too far. That's just plagiarism. But a conversation log, if you looked at Ace Attorney and you went, a conversation log, that's pretty good. I'm going to chuck that in the game. Good.
Research Club?
That's a good idea.
You betcha. Don't worry.
And it's simple.
I come bearing good news.
You started Lost Judgment recently. Hell yeah.
What do you want with us? We're not up to anything.
But yeah.
Calm down. I'm not here to expose your secrets to the world. I only wanted to introduce you.
Yeah, the new games have been feeling dated. I mean, it doesn't help that they're still like, they're still just PS4 games at their heart. But you look at Kiwami 3 and you look at the heat actions and stuff, and you sort of think like, oh, okay, yeah, this must be an older game than Kiwami 2. Like if you were to get someone that didn't know anything about the Yakuza series and you showed them the Kiwami 2 and the Kiwami 3 heat actions, and you didn't say which game is what, you didn't say anything like that, and you asked which game is older, they would say Kiwami 3. Kiwami 2, even though it's green, is presented so much better than Kiwami 3. It's not even worth comparing. And it feels, Kiwami 2 feels like it's a sequel. Like it's like the fucking, this is the better game. This is the bigger and brighter future of this series. But it's not. It's from 2017. It's 9 years old now. And even Kiwami 2, fucking, even the heat actions from Yakuza 2, like, oh, the baseball bat heat action from Yakuza 1. It's the fucking, do something unexpected. I don't know.
So,
the baseball bat heat action from Yakuza 1, they reused the animation, but they completely redid the camera work. And it looks so cool. Of course, it's the last one I picked. It looks so cool in Kiwami 2, and then they, chill out, they redid it in Kacha Files, and then I think, no, Gaiden, it's, I don't know, I don't remember which other game it appears in, but yeah, like, it's an old heat action that they've managed to make look so much cooler.
Okay,
and all it took was just reworking the camera, that's it. But if they were to do that now, you know, like, for example, they've got that Yakuza 3 heat action in Kiwami 3, what's different about it? Oh, it's actually worse now, because half the animation's cut out. How lame is that? And this is also hilariously coming from the game that I say Yakuza 3 has fucking dog shit heat actions, and somehow they made one of the Yakuza 3 heat actions look worse. I don't get it. Thank you. Like that meme with a guy using magnifying glass showing a diamond. Shut up.
So did I pass?
Yeah, Kiwami 3 looks worse than modded Yakuza 3 at times.
Indeed you have.
I know, and like,
I'm still in shock.
imagine this as well. If Kiwami 2 came out
Every time I try to approach her,
on PS5 and Xbox Series X, and like it had a good PC port at launch, it would look so much better, because the big problem with Kiwami 2 was the aliasing was horrible. So you can sort of look at it and be like, oh yeah, that definitely looks a bit dated. But because of its like creative drive to be cool, to be extreme, to be appealing, to look nice, it looks better than Kiwami 3. Like it's just silly. Oh! And did anyone just see there was a frame where Yagami T-posed? I don't know why that glitch happens sometimes, but it happens sometimes. I'm looking at my stream preview. I'm going to see if you can spot it, even though it's 30 FPS my preview. Oh, you can't spot it if you're doing 30. What the fuck? Anyway, that was funny. I don't want to go do some more dancing. I'm gonna do some more dancing. How do you get there? Oh, this way. Familiar with heaven. They got Hatsune Miku and Stranger Than Heaven. That'd actually be pretty funny. Also, hang on. Just speaking before about like color filters and stuff. So, Lost Judgment, a lot of the game is set in the afternoon. It's a very orange game. But at least here with the orange, it's like, yeah, it's the afternoon. The afternoon's typically orange, but you can tell it's just like clearly like any lights, they're just orange lights. And there's an orange filter. Very, very orange. But it's not like blindingly so, like Mario 3's blue. Orange is a nice color, all this sort of stuff. But it makes sense. It's like intentional. There's a specific design to it. And I went down here, and down here is now Kiwami 3 blue. It's blue down here. It doesn't really make much sense why it's blue specifically. If anything, it would be more white. Look at these fluoro lights. But at least it shows that if I went out into the sun, it's orange, and I go down here away from the sun, it's no longer orange. They actually thought about it. There's actually like a direction to the lighting, to the colors, all this sort of shit. You don't fucking get that in Kiwami 3. It's just, oh, it's saturated. Oh, it's blue. I can't dance yet. Damn it. They should do a JoJo's game. Salvador. Nah, I actually shouldn't do fucking anything. They should go out of business. Fuck them. They should get Team Ninja to make the next Yakuza game. You guys ever play Neo 3? Oh. Yeah, blue to make it feel colder, yeah. Sorry, guys. Just, man, yeah. Liquid Snake. Yeah, last time I streamed Tekken and did like viewer battles, so I had a lot of fun. I know Season 3 is also a mess like Season 2, but I don't play the game competitively enough / well enough because I suck to really be upset about the Tekken 8 Season 3 changes. But yeah. Blue does go well with orange, that's another thing too. They understand...
I suppose there wasn't much truth to
what is it, color theory? Where like opposite ends of the color spectrum.
Just so you know, I'm actually gonna be hanging around here.
Whatever it is, like blue and orange.
It's cool. I hope we can find a way to be friends.
I don't know. I can't think of the other colors off the top of my head.
Wait a sec.
Wait a sec. Like yellow and purple or something? Is that it?
You're here on some kind of case, right?
I'm not actually, sorry. I'm just here to punch children. Yes, color theory, thank you. Oh wait, it's gonna be Virarophilia. Lost Judgment? Okay, that was weird. Oh yeah, true, they're adding Bob. Here's
over here, Yagami-san.
Here's Keitaro Hanada's Vor.
Sorry to drag you all the way up here for this.
You wanted to talk to me about Mikoshiba-sensei?
Red and green, that's it. Yellow, purple, yeah.
I can't hear a word you're saying, man. Why don't you come closer so we don't have to shout?
Yeah, let's get this.
It's funny too, because like this Stranger Than Heaven thing as well that has like the blue and orange, like they're again trying to do the whole like bright background contrasted by a bright character in the foreground. But at least for something like that, like, you know, blue and orange, they're opposite colors. They stand out more. They fit together.
You guys all know Mikoshiba-sensei?
Nah.
But it's kind of annoying that like they're putting all this color into that cover art, and then the whole game's just like not gonna have any color. It's gonna be fucking dried out, unsaturated.
Hell yeah.
Shit.
I've got a friend who's in deep with those guys.
Are you?
I scratch their back by bringing them chicks to hang out with.
Wait, hang on, is that?
And they scratch mine by tipping me for it.
I don't know who that voice actor is.
It's a pretty sweet deal, actually. Also, we've got a little thing.
He is ZG though.
I get to drop the Liumang name if I need a
Pokemon Legends ZG. Oh my god, foreshadowing.
Girls in exchange for honorary membership?
Hello, Heatman.
You need to find better friends.
Don't talk to me like you know me.
Oh yeah, Tybell. Yeah, I completely forgot about that. The Nihon Toitsu thing.
I work with the tools I've got to get to the top.
Is it Benjamin Diskin? I don't know. Hang on. Speaking of that Yakuza 1 thing, okay. The first 2 adaptations of Yakuza 1, which also I'm sick of it just being Yakuza 1 over again, or maybe the first 3, they're adapting the story. They're trying to adapt the story. That's what they're trying to do. This Nihon Toitsu thing, they're trying to adapt the game, and that's why they went as far as, you know, Shishido's got fucking 4 fighting styles. He's actually in the Kiwami map. They do like establishing shots of buildings by just going first person in Kiwami and recording it.
So you got it all figured
And so
out,
it creates a really charming aesthetic, and it's really funny, and it's very entertaining.
I'll keep that in mind.
But I noticed in the first like 5 minutes that even this adaptation makes slight minor tweaks to the story of the original Yakuza 1 to make it better. Proving my theory once again that Yakuza 1's story is fucking shit, and they just never changed it. Like, for example, change Victor to literally me. So at the start, they don't have the prologue from Kiwami, but they summarize it very quickly by Shinji asking Kiryu, "Did you get the ring?" And then Shishido, fucking Kiryu, goddammit, pulls out the money from his pocket and hands it to Shinji, because in the intro of Kiwami, Shinji of course gives money to Kiryu to get the ring. And so they just like super duper summarize that by just doing that. Nice little thing that they did there. But then after that, Shinji and Nishiki go to the Kazuma office and sit outside with Kashiwagi. And there, Nishiki gets the call that Dojima's after Yumi, you know? And he's like, oh shit, I gotta go there right away. And then Kiryu doesn't go there because he's busy dealing with Kazuma. And they're like, Shinji says like, oh yeah, you know, the Kiryu family, that sort of stuff. They do like little things like that that just make it a bit better. And, oh man, like, them all sitting around and having food, and that's where they celebrate Yumi's birthday and stuff. It just shows that there's like, clearly like a very casual, you know, they're comfortable around each other sort of friendship that these 3 have, plus Reina, which the original can never do. They never showed any like real bonding moment. It was just that birthday in Kiwami, and that was it. But here they're just sitting around having food. Kiryu even like the camera's behind him and he goes, "Nom, nom, 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 oh my nah." It's fucking hilarious. It's so funny. But yeah, it just goes to show as well how easy it is to have massive improvements over the Yakuza 1 story, and that's why I still say the Amazon show had a lot of great ideas. It's just a shame that it was in a kind of boring TV show that had terrible action scenes because they did really bad stage fighting. Except for that one shot where Nishiki swings the fucking the knife at Kiryu's face and it does like the slow-mo. That shit looks sick, and then that was the only cool thing in the whole show.
Like a scared little cockroach. You guys go look for him and tell me when you find him.
And reading up some chat.
Okay, sounds good. You got this in the bag.
Wait, who's that? Is that Johnny Young Bosch? It's not Johnny Young Bosch. That guy sounds so familiar.
Senpai, what do we do?
Holy shit, hang on.
You guys follow me.
We're gonna do some research afterwards. That guy sounds so familiar.
We'll smoke
Anyway.
together till we get an update. Sure.
Yeah,
Senpai's the toughest around.
I also love Tsuno's actor as Majima as well, because he's clearly just it's like it's really funny. They clearly, when they went to go record the scenes, it wasn't that they had like a script. They just obviously had the cutscenes on YouTube, and they just watched the cutscenes. And like Tsuno's actor, I forgot his name, is doing so like he's trying so hard to replicate every movement and every like inflection in his voice that Ugaki did with the voice, and that I don't know his name, but I learned recently that Nishiki's mocap actor is the same as Majima's, and I think Ichiban. I think they're all the same guy. He does a good job, even though it's a small thing people don't really appreciate. But anyway, he's really trying to like replicate that, even down to the whole clapping the hands together and rubbing them. Like they're obviously told to do that, but they're also like trying to I don't know. They're trying to replicate as much of the game as they can in a funny, entertaining way. It's really nice. Yeah, also, talking before about Zero's heavy lifting. Indeed, if Yakuza 0 never existed and they still did Kiwami, those additional scenes would be a bit better, but it'd still be just like nothing. Because Nishiki's character sucks because you spend literally, and I do not exaggerate when I say this, there are 2.5 minutes worth of cutscenes where Nishiki's your friend in Yakuza 1. And you're supposed to feel bad when he dies.
Smoking a cigarette in the classroom?
Yeah. Feels so cursed in a way.
So you came all this
I also, dude, speaking of Nishiki actor, Kazuhiro Nakia is Nishiki in that show, which is fucking so funny.
You guys better
But
watch out.
I remember thinking this when I first heard him at the first RGG Summit. Kazuhiro Nakia is such a good actor that Ichiban, Nishiki, and his own voice, none of them sound similar.
What the hell?
Like certain things you hear him say, you can be like, oh yeah, that's him.
This is where you were hiding.
Now what?
Is it Johnny Young Bush?
That mouth of yours won't get you out of this.
Anyway.
I'm taking you down.
And so when I heard him speaking, he was like talking to Kiryu in the bar. I was just thinking like, what the fuck?
Give me that smoke.
Sounds so weird. Doesn't sound like Nishiki at all, but it's Nishiki. Push up. And wait. Let's do this. Throw a chair at me. Throw a chair at me. Throw a chair at me. Fuck. Throw a chair at me. Hey guys, get ready. Fuck. Throw a chair at me. Shit. Fuck. Guys, I promise. It's really cool. He throws a chair at me as he misses. Yeah, great. Whatever. Anyway, you can do projectile counters and it looks cool. Cool mechanic. Whoops. Whoop-bam! Haha, they didn't have an English sub for that thing yet. Speaking of English things of that Nihon Toitsu thing, it's so weird how IGN had like publishing exclusivity, I guess, for like 3 days before Sega put it on their channel. What's with that? And also, I kind of think it was like actually localized by IGN.
Kind of a pain in the ass, if I'm being honest.
As soon as our coach would leave, it's like a switch would flip and he'd start drilling us. He'd make us do like
Threw a kick at you, yes.
cross-court dashes. And if even one of us lagged behind, it meant 10 more.
Play over half the Yakuza OSTs at Rave.
Made
True.
It obvious real quick. Koda was our weakest link.
So Miko Shiba was a
no, Alex Lee is the dub of AG in Infinite Wealth. So he's in 2 Yakuza things.
Eventually. Only thing she did right was unite the team against her.
You gang up and belittle a single defenseless girl, a beginner in your sport, and you call that unity.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what it's like. Dingle Pingers. It's a good name. But yeah, I've been saying most of the stream that there's nothing really to be able to grasp onto for Stranger Than Heaven. It's just kind of like, so far it's just throwing shit into the wind, hoping something sticks, and nothing's really happening. Yes, AG. Quit playing game.
This isn't the time for bullshit. Or you want to keep going?
Yeah, Sean Chiplock and Kellen Goff.
Nope.
For these two.
Have you talked to Sawa-sensei yet? He probably knows Mikashiba-sensei better than anyone.
But I mean that one random kid. The only one who would know would be Scott.
A student and a student teacher. And that he looked out for you guys, out of some sort of camaraderie.
Huh? She really
Wait, Shosuke. Oh, is that his actor's name? No, I never saw The only actors, the only actors that I recognized when I was in Japan was Masaru from Pirate Yakuza, because he had some upcoming show at the time, so there was a lot of posters around for it, and then Takuya Kimura, and that was it.
Rumors?
Back when Miko Shiba
Yeah, we know nothing about story yet after 3 trailers. I know, not even like a premise. Like, genuinely, like, are we playing as the good guy? Are we playing as the bad guy? Is it something to do with World War II? Is it something to do with, like, some sort of economic period of time or something like that? I don't know, it's across all these different time periods. Is it just Makodaito or something? Is there 2 protagonists? But they, like, look similar? Who knows? Is it about the Yakuza? Is it about fucking, like, foreign people coming in, like American Mafia, something like that? Who knows? I haven't explained really anything. Scott the Was? No, Scott Strickart. But also, and where's the bathroom? Here we go. I've run out of water and I'm getting thirsty, and I also need to piss my pants. So here we go. Yagami is going to cosplay as me. But I shall be right back. I'll leave you with our beloved Akiyama, and also not me. Wait, live watch chain reaction. All right, I'll be back there.
Light.
Look at that seamless loop. Oh, seamless Akiyama loop. Oh shit! I left my water bottle outside. Fuck! I am wet. I left it on a table out here. That was the whole point of me going AFK. I forgot the thing. Okay, I'm back, and then watch this. Yagami has finished his piss. Wow. Wow, guys. I'm gonna have a big sippy. Oh yeah. Water. Alright. Yeah, but I already spoiled it that Mine falls on a bush and lives. You know, I said this in my, well, there's a packet of pocket tissues on the ground. I said this in my podcast with the lads as well, but, that falling on a bush retcon could have been so much better if it was like, he fell onto a lower roof that wasn't that far down. Or if they just made the building shorter or something like that. Or if they made like the bush bigger, or if it was like a bigger tree or something like that. But it's the fact that he fell so far from the roof of that building all the way down to ground level on a tiny bush and survived. Also, where am I going? Look for Sawa Sensei. She's on the 2nd floor, I believe. Yeah, I also saw Jack Black wants to play a role in the Yakuza series. Yeah, I think he could definitely make for a funny like English sub character, but they just probably wouldn't do that. Find Ellie, relevant clues. Oh, man.
Hey.
You gotta go do that. Miss idle animation where Yagami actually pisses. That'd be pretty funny. Or he didn't fall at all. Yeah, I mean, there's also that. Or, the thing I said, where, I mean, imagine if Dark Ties, if they're like, oh, look, Dark Ties is going to spoil the ending of Kiwami 3, so go play the main game first, and then go and play here. Or, because a lot of people that wanted Kiwami 3 have already played Yakuza 3, they already know the story. It's not like it's a brand new story, a lot of people already knew it. You could just start with Dark Ties, you know? Dark Ties starts with the ending of Yakuza 3. Mine smashes onto the ground. Somehow Andre Richardson's safe. He broke free and like fucking a Daidoji helicopter caught him. I don't fucking know. He had a parachute. Something like that. And then Mine awakes in a strange world. And as time goes on, he realizes that he's in purgatory or hell or something like that. Because RGG don't shy away from saying that there's an afterlife and all this sort of shit. And, you know, it's done plenty of hell-related things. Send him to hell. Make the game set in hell. You could do like a really cool, crazy game like that, and if you wanted to do like wacky things, like put on a fucking massive Onis or something like that, it makes sense. You're in hell. Pardon. I am Edward fucking Bosco or something like that. I forget his name. Yeah. Yokoyama was scrolling Reddit while running that, yeah. Bush Japan. He wakes up in Stranger of Paradise. True. Man, instead of having the Daidoji, they should have the Stranger program. And it's run by, like, the Lufenians. What about that? And it plays the Lufenian theme, and it's like, whoa, beautiful. Oh, yeah. Yagami, he's holding his phone, like, so gently. I feel like if a slight breeze picked up his phone, would fly out of his hand. Rubber terminal velocity, you guys quit being silly. Possibilities are endless, and
if you knew Mika,
I still think as well, like if they did that idea,
Sawa Sensei, please.
Fucking hell, Greg. Jesus. If I forget his name, the final boss of Dark Ties, whatever his fucking name is, he's only in Dark Ties, and it's like, you know, it's a prequel, so him existing isn't something like crazy and whatever. But if they did the whole game set in hell, I think it could have been really cool if that dude ended up being like or the devil, you know, and that's why he's so like eccentric and stuff, and so like crazy and weird. And then him being the final boss, you know, it's like Mine fighting as demons or something like that. But then the thing I said as well is that in Yakuza 6 you can take those selfies around Kamurocho and it shows ghosts of dead people. And so seeing a Mine ghost in Yakuza 6 isn't retconned, and it sort of makes sense because it's like, you know, he's fucking trapped in eternal hell. But then, at the end of Dark Ties, the very end, when it shows Daigo in the bar crying and it's really sad, and his actor does a great job at it, and the animation team also did a great job making him look like he's fucking bawling his eyes out, and you feel really bad. And then it shows Mine, and it's like, no way, is that Junki Han? And then he disappears, and then you think, oh, good, they didn't bring him back from the dead. And then the camera cuts and he's back from the dead. Imagine if they show Mine and he's watching over Daigo, and Daigo's crying, and then Daigo senses a presence, and he's like, what the fuck? And he turns around, and then Mine's gone, and it's because part of Mine's atonement is that he decides for the rest of his eternal life he will watch over Daigo, and it makes sense because his tattoo's the Kirin, which is supposed to be a guardian of a great leader, yada yada yada. There you go. Why am I playing with the dub? Because it's better. And I will not take any other answers. Yeah, Mine becomes the god of war.
School.
You could have some cool sub-stories, and you can include, like, as many dead people as you want. Yeah, all the dead villains, all this sort of shit. You know, if they wanted to put in, like, fucking Nishiki again, it's not like they're gonna have to spend much time getting his voice actor back. He's in the office every day.
And these posts are all pinpointed on this map of each.
Sukumo, stop speaking to me. I've already done this before. Fucking arachnid man.
Each specific post was made.
Drinking hard game, we go hard.
Constantly combs through Chatter's database.
But yeah,
as it updates in real
like
time.
that's just like a simple and
for display on the map.
creative idea that they could do, but instead what they did was it's just like, oh yeah, it's a prequel that's barely a prequel, and then it changes the story. Why?
Well, in its current iteration, the AI isn't exactly genius material yet, so
AI?
It still pings some false positives.
There's something else, Tsukumo.
But yeah, like,
What are you gonna use it for?
imagine if Yakuza 0,
like to use it for promotional
if at the
purposes.
end of the game, Majima dies. You know?
Yeah, since we're still
Like,
relatively
imagine if that's how the
new,
game
we
ends, and
don't
it just
have the kind
completely
of rep
changes
that
the
brings
story
in
of every
regular
future game.
fans.
Oh, okay.
And that is where my buzz researcher comes into play.
Buzz researcher?
Consider the glut of trends
Hell
and
yeah, I love
terms
Arachnid,
strewn
man.
across social media.
Even as well, like,
buzzwords
one of
are
the things with
sometimes
Hamazaki
clues
stabbing
to trouble
Kiryu at the end of
beneath
Yakuza
the
3 is that
So,
it
when
put a
the
lot of
system picks
fear
up
into
one of these
Haruka
words and we rush
because
over to save the day,
they sort of show that,
the
like,
hope is our
Yakuza 1,
reputation
she
will
was scared of
flourish as a
Kiryu
result.
dying, Yakuza 2, even more scared, and then Yakuza 3, that fear went away, and she
Well,
was,
we
like,
probably won't
content and
get her
happy
in
and all that sort of
conflict
stuff.
cases, so this is sort of an
And then
upfront
Hamazaki doing that made her a lot more
But
scared, and then
directly
that's why she
intervening
became,
before a
like,
situation
you know,
gets
much
out
more
of hand
closer,
will
much
build a
closer,
strength
sorry,
we want.
to the kids at the orphanage and
least
Kiryu
in
and all this sort of
theory.
shit, and
I'm
it's,
not
it's
sure how
just a
it'll
simple
all
way
pan
of
out yet.
her just
Well, I think
understanding
that's
mortality, you know?
Tsukumo. Mind if I
And
give
then
it a
she just
shot?
doesn't now.
I thought you'd never
Because
ask.
the time
Well,
when
the
she
system's
actually,
got a long way
she
to
like,
go,
she
by
sees
my
Kiryu fighting
But with
Nishiki,
you
but
as a tester,
Kiryu doesn't
I
get hurt.
know I'll get strong enough
She watches her
feedback
mum
and have
die,
this
that's
baby
very
running
scared.
in top form.
Yakuza 2, she watches
So
him
you wanted
potentially
me as
blow
your
up,
guinea
and then the bomb
pig,
doesn't go
huh?
off, and she's like, oh my god, I'm instantly relieved. Yakuza 3, she watches him get fucking brutally stabbed,
Anywho,
and she has no
let me
idea
get
if he's
this
gonna
app
survive
booted
or
up
whatever,
on
and
your
then obviously cuts later
phone.
to
Yeah,
him
do
being
the
alive.
honors.
Go right ahead.
But, yeah, them cutting that out is also
And
dumb in that
that
respect.
should
This is just a big mess.
Because I still
How am I
think,
supposed to know where to go?
as well, more, like, things that could have made more sense.
Indeed too much
In terms of, like, alternate story paths.
In fact, this is
Haruka's so
thanks for
scared
paying
about losing
attention.
Kiryu and losing her
This won't do it
family
all.
at the orphanage that
Solve
she
this,
learns to
narrow
defend
down
them,
the keywords.
especially after Mine slaps the shit out of her in Yakuza 3. And then that's why she becomes like a karate kid in Yakuza 5. But nope, she becomes an idol. I'm Japan. I love idols.
How do we
Shut
do
up.
that?
Shut your mouth.
Does the AI do it for us?
No, not entirely. What the AI does is pick up on any keywords it deems important.
No, Dark Ties is
Here on the
slightly
word
after
ending.
Shindo dies,
it'll
I believe,
turn out
because they
does.
don't have a patriarch. They're like trying to find one
That's still pretty busy.
from memory.
And therein lies
Which
the
is why
predicament.
that dude, whatever his name
Narrow
was,
these results down any further.
Ikari, was that it? No, that wasn't it.
Instincts,
I don't know. He's voiced by John Eric
even
Bentley in English.
inspiration.
So you're saying
But
human intuition.
he is like trying to become patriarch, and Kunda is trying at the same time, and then Kunda succeeds, obviously, which is why he's patriarch in Yakuza 3.
That is, until we all become cyborgs. But that's getting ahead of myself. As it stands, Yagamishi, you've got the best intuition out
And
of
then
all
and
of
then
us.
also, of course, Hamazaki not stabbing Yakuza 3 Kiryu means that a lot of Yakuza 4 doesn't happen, sorry. And also, I don't know why this whole thing, yeah, there we go, I can skip it now. It's like whole thing is just unskippable.
I can smell
Fuck!
the
Never mind.
trouble brewing already.
Oh, interesting. And let's filter our results around
But yeah,
that specific term.
Hamazaki also became like a fan favorite character in Yakuza 4 for somehow managing to have like a massive turning point, you know? Huge change of heart, people ended up liking him, and then his death was like, oh no, Hamazaki! Whereas Yakuza 3, Hamazaki, if he died, it's like, oh fucking, who the fuck cares? He's in 2 scenes.
Sort of treasure hunt.
A treasure hunt for
Ikari, there you
trouble, huh? Does sound right up my alley.
Doesn't it?
The woman who had a
I can
baby
already
with her
picture
name.
you out there, helping people in need until it all pays off.
Dude, I love as well because of
What
how
could wait
Japanese
at the end of the
works.
trail?
She's like, oh, we named him Haruto because it's a combination of Haruka and Yuta. And it's like, huh?
That reminds
It makes sense Japanese, but not in English. You know what else makes sense but not in English? Why can't I jump out this window like I can with the Genda Law Office? Bullshit. That's the biggest problem with Lost Judgment. It's the only problem with Lost Judgment. Everything else is peak. I can't jump out this window. Anyway, Arachnid Man time. She almost kicked the shit out of T-set girls, yeah. I wonder where this guy is. There he is. Oh yeah. Parkour time. I kind of wish as well with this parkour if it was like something you could just freely do. Instead of it being like in these specific spots, because it would open up the map so much more, but I can understand why they didn't. But imagine like if you could climb to the top of fucking Millennium Tower by doing this. Oh, that would have been so cool! Damn it, I just made myself disappointed. That would have been so cool if there was like a fucking whole parkour challenge. It was like the final one, you know, the final gauntlet. You climb to the top of the Millennium Tower. And then you fight Amon there. Oh, wow. Yeah. Fuck. Alright, watch this, watch this. Oh my god. Look at me, I'm froob. Fuck! I get to the top the whole time, yeah, true. Oh! I'm dead. You know, another problem with Lost Judgment actually is the fact that the fucking... The combo button, the like button prompts are in the bottom right, and you can't get rid of them. Look at this. Look at my sex appeal. Look at this. Ready. Oh shit! Fucked it up. Hand. Damn it! I hate this enemy fighting style. That first punch is like so hard to predict. There you go. Lost Judgment has the worst Amon fight. How dare you? They're all bad. Judgment's the only one that's actually like special. It's not just fight a strong guy. It's like you actually gotta deal with mechanics and shit. I know as well a lot of diehard Yakuza fans are like, oh, the Amons are so cool. Oh, look, there's Joe Amon and Sawashiro Amon and fucking Amon Gus and all this sort of bullshit, whatever the fuck. There's all these different ones, and oh, the Kiwami 3 Amon is Joe Amon, but it's Shin Amon's model. What the hell? I don't give a single shit about any of that. It's just they're so boring. It's just the same guy with glasses and a jacket, and then his super boss fight is just he's strong, and then you can't rematch him. Bruh. If you want super bosses, you play Kingdom Hearts 2 or 3 Final Mix, or one of those. Oh! Now there's some super bosses. Holy shit! They're savage. Ready? Ocha! Perfectly lit. Oh, damn it. Not looking at the screen. I just ran into a taxi. Annoying time wasting mechanics, yeah, and then it's just like they just one-shot you and whatever, and it's just not interesting. Like, it would be more interesting if they had more complex mechanics in this game, but these games, but they don't. But it's also just the fact that you can't ever rematch them. Like, I don't. Maybe there are some where you can rematch them, but as far as I'm aware, or at least in the Dragon Engine games, I don't know. But as far as I'm aware, the only one that you can rematch is this one, because you can do it in the Gauntlet. But then you can't like actually rematch him. It's just you fight like a different version, where you're locked to these certain abilities and you don't have any healing items and that sort of shit.
But
shut up, Tsukumo.
We've also got a bulletin board for case requests. A good number of them are so.
Well, that's your bold opinion. They're not exciting. Buzz! Shut up. Oh my god. Side story. Wow. Wow, look at that. I had to, and also, oh man, fucking the Judgment's having fucking sub stories you have to accept, whatever. It's not all of them, but it's some of them. True, yes, you can rematch Amon in Like a Dragon, but don't you have to go through the whole Millennium Tower every time? Or is it only like you only can rematch him once or something? I don't remember how it works. But there's perfect chance in Gaiden and Pirate Yakuza to be able to re-challenge Amon, because you have to do all the Colosseum stuff to fight him. And then in Pirate Yakuza in particular, it shows up in the Colosseum, and then you just can't select it again. Who decided that? What's my health like as well? Just realized. I'm gonna eat a cake. Oh yeah. Dude. Yeah. Special pancakes. That's a cake in somewhere. Oh yeah.
It's pretty tasty. Thanks.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there's a tournament specifically for them, but isn't that also because it's not like, or maybe it is the actual fight, or is it like a special tournament version? I know as well that there's the bouncer Amon fight at the bouncer missions. I don't know. The robot Amon clan, yeah. But it's not the actual like Amon fight. I was really hoping I could just like smash through this. I can apparently break the glass, but I can't break through it. There you go. You know as well. So you hate waffles? Yeah. Seeing these like cakes and stuff just reminded me. I don't know where it was. I can't think of where it was. But when I was in Japan last, there was this underground shopping thing. I think it was underneath like a train station. And they had all of these shops that were mostly like confectionery things. So, sweets, lollies. Like, lolly is fucking something different in Japan. Like, cakes. I already said that, maybe, I don't know, donuts was a big thing. They had lots of things, and like little bread things, all this sort of stuff. Here, they would probably be like sausage rolls, but they didn't have sausage rolls there. But, me and the two people I was with, we got a few different things. So we got like there was like one that was like a jam donut, one that was like a custard donut, something like that. All of them, insanely delicious. They were so good. But it made us laugh, because in Australia, many years ago, they like basically banned plastic bags. Lots of like Woolies and Coles, so these supermarket chains, completely banned from stocking plastic bags. And then when you put your when you go put your groceries up on the counter, they put them in plastic bags for you. You have to bring your own bags, or you just don't have any bags at all. Those are your only options. Or you can buy bags there, but it's like reusable bags that you can buy. And then I went to Japan, and we got like 7 things between the 3 of us, and they put each item in its own individual plastic bag. And it wasn't like a plastic seal container thing or anything like that. It wasn't in a plastic packet. It was a plastic bag they pulled out, and they put one item in it. Pull out another, put one item in it. Pull out another, put one item in it. And then put half of them into one plastic bag, and then another half into another plastic bag. So in total there was like 9 plastic bags, and I just thought, man, the Australian government their head would explode if they saw this. So it was just so funny to me. It's just like, we got so hardcore banned from this stuff because of plastic waste and like damaging the environment, all this sort of stuff, and then Japan's just like, yeah, fuck it. Here's 9. It's hilarious. If I could turn invisible, I would eat so many donuts. Why they invented plastic love. Here's the best cutscene in the franchise. Best action scene. Also, I don't know. Oh wait, maybe this one was pre-rendered. Actually, I can't tell if they're pre-rendered or not, because normally the borders would be cut off. But I am playing in 1440, 2560 by 1440. I don't have borders. Does this fucking, oh, bam, 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 get the nunchucks with the chairs. Oh yeah, oh yeah. But you haven't seen anything yet. That's a Yagami line. Ow, my hand. Let me grab the umbrella. Oh, oh shit, oh. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, best fight scene ever. They couldn't even fathom doing something like that in Kiwami 3. Like a fight scene like that, no, that's too difficult. Even though it's all mocaps, that's impossible. There's no way someone can choreograph that. It's impossible. That would require minutes of effort. Minutes. And that's too much. Fuck you, RGG Studio, you useless pricks. Anyway, they made Greg do all this, yeah? It is Masked Men time. Ready? Watch this. Oh yeah. Dude, I'll never forget, one of the like first previews for Lost Judgment ever was this fight here. It's like a special like press preview, and there was this channel. I don't know why. The guy playing, it had so many dislikes. The guy playing just did this fight and just did this the whole time. This is all he did. Hang on. Got hit stunned. That was it. And it's like, yep. One of the few like things to show off Lost Judgment is just a guy fucking throwing chairs at people and dealing 2 damage. Instead of doing shit like this. Oh yeah. Oh. Was that guy wearing Kiryu's Infinite Wealth outfit? Oh my god, he like was. And then doing this. Yeah. And oh yeah. Dead. And then boxing style. Boom. Based. Life is fantastic when you are plastic, yeah. Hey. Oh, hello, by the way, fully baked. I don't know when you got here. You got here a little bit earlier, potentially? Hello.
What the?
This investigation always pisses me off because it's like, or maybe, actually no, sorry, I'm thinking one on Judgment, right? Or am I thinking of this one, where it's like there's such a specific spot that I always forget? No, it's the one in Judgment where it's the dead body of the Kyoto clan guy, and it's like such a precise spot. It's so annoying, yeah. When are we going to play Tekken? True, this is actually Tekken 9. I do remember when I could see YouTube dislikes, yeah. I saw that as well.
That would be the white mask of the Yokohama Ryoma.
Holy shit, it's Todd Habercorn.
Break your knees for the right price.
Dude, I've said this in a video before, it's still one of my fucking favorite stories of all time, of anything voice actor related, where Scott, because they like started doing casting for Lost Judgment, Scott asked Greg, who do you think would be your like voice actor antithesis? Who would be anti-Greg? And Greg apparently just instantly said Todd Habercorn. And then that was basically why Todd Habercorn voices Koana. It's so funny.
Handyman?
It's Koana. You got trouble here, I'm the one you call.
Oh yeah.
I'm not afraid to get my hands dirty.
Oh yeah. Hang on, sorry, I just tried pausing it like 6 times and it wasn't registering. What classes did I use in Stranger of Paradise? Mostly Sage for haste and stuff, and then Ultima. And then that's like one of the expert jobs. To get that, you have to level up Black and White Mage, which you get from doing Mage. And then I think it's Breaker from memory. It's one of the red ones, and it wields like 200 swords, and it's a very good class. But also, Sergeant Candidates, if you are playing Stranger of Paradise, use whatever you feel comfortable with. You know, it's a lot of fun to experiment with things and just try new classes, and trying to equip ones to unlock even newer classes just for fun. Can you stop dodging it? Hang on. Can you? Okay, whatever. Also, Marjo's wife, yes, Koana did nothing wrong. Hashtag.
Now that's fancy.
Hang on, let's turn this off. Make it look cooler. Ignore the heat effect in the top left.
Hey, what else you got?
Oh yeah. Okay, surely. Fuck. You bitch! He's copying my moves. Oh yeah, I forgot as well when you're in the X boost, boxing style automatically blocks. Dude! More like, just more shit to make the fighting styles fucking more unique. Fuck. I'm trying to do this one uppercut, but Koana's not having it. Yeah. Favorite and least favorite gaming villains. Dude. I refuse to believe Danganronpa is actually a real game series. I think it's just like a really like elaborate prank that a lot of people are collectively saying that it is a real game franchise. Because I've never seen a single second of gameplay from that series. Kawana can also parry Monroe. I don't think he does it in this fight, but he does it in the second fight and onwards. It's cool because the mole in Judgment can do leapfrog attacks, or no, wall jump attacks. Sorry, he can do this shit. And Kawana here can do jumping attacks and parry. And he jumped in the air and died. There is no gameplay, it's a visual novel. Are you serious? I thought it was like an RPG or something.
Better than I was expecting.
Right back at you. Give yourself a
Oh, wasn't ever on that PS Premium thing? I don't know.
You want to tone it down?
The tip with Stranger of Paradise is play it with a friend, and then if it's too hard, just put it on easy. No one's gonna bully you for it. There you go.
You don't know when to give up.
And then also hit optimize gear all the time. It's just like in Neo, apparently. Well, because I've been playing Neo 3, it's the same story. You get 1 billion pieces of gear, and then it takes forever to manage it all, and then it's like, you fucking equip all these things, and then you go, yeah, this is the build I want, and then 2 seconds later you get something better, so you just hit optimize gear. There you go.
And you can thank Sugiura-kun here.
He's vaping.
Still standing.
How do you even know this guy?
Kawana-sans are...
Shut up, Sugiura. I love how the songs keep playing twice. Yeah. On the other end of every Kawana fight, there's an RGG employee playing as him. I see... Danganronpa is... okay. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Sergeant Catnip says clearly just because you're built different there. Now I'm going to do extracts. Oh wait. Doesn't make me pause this one. Oh no, that's right. It's actually in the items. Yes, there we go. Man, dude. Oh, dude. Even the extracts, for example. Like, talking about RGG just losing their touch in their creative side. The extracts are kind of annoying with how they work, where it's like an item that you have to use and it has a limited time and whatever. But there are so many creative attacks, and even the like DLC ones you get that are like the super special ones. They're so cool. You summon a fucking sword of lightning from the sky. You shoot laser beams out of your hand. You do special beam cannon. Punch the ground. You do a big explosion. You can dodge and slow down time. You do an evade strike. You slow down time. There's like there's these floating things around you that protect you, and they have a different pattern depending on what style you're in as well. Oh, like there's so much cool shit. Shut your mouth. Anyway. Yeah, they wouldn't ever do something like the extracts ever again, because that's too much effort. It's too much effort having these like cool, fun things you can fucking unlock and be all crazy and shit. I'm gonna Warriors Onslaught these guys down here. You ever played Sekiro? I have not played Sekiro. So cool. And like some of these are like reused attacks as well. Like one of the extracts is Kusei's boxer combo. Do I actually have all the DLC ones here? I do. Got all the samples. What's the time actually? I've probably finished up. I don't know. I mean, I've already beaten this game on Legend. Oh wait, yeah, there's no loading save in the PC ports of these fucking games. Annoying. Gaiden was the same. Yeah, okay, I've already got the Legend playthrough here. Oh wait, yeah, I didn't even stream this one. This is just one I did in my own time. That's right, that's why I don't have any save files set up. I got all these easy mode save files set up though. Haha, nice. Have a look there. But also, yes, Sergeant Catnip's the axe, I think, is the strongest weapon in Stranger of Paradise.
And stay down.
Yeah, well, Heatman, if it is Sega saying like, yeah, you got to churn out more games and do this, this, and that, one thing that is clearly apparent though is, like, this happened with Call of Duty. Obviously they had to do yearly franchise release, whatever. But in the end, there are four now, but 3 main studios for Call of Duty. It's Sledgehammer, Infinity Ward, and Treyarch. And Infinity Ward were the originals. They made Modern Warfare. They revolutionized first-person shooters forever. But of course, a lot of people have very fond memories of the Black Ops games by Treyarch. And Treyarch had some blunders. You know, Black Ops 3 and 4 are a bit shit. But with something like Black Ops 6, and even Black Ops Cold War, not Black Ops 7, because that was mostly done by Sledgehammer. Oh, not Sledgehammer, Raven. They were like, yep, we're going to do the things people like. We're going to try and stick to what makes Black Ops, and keep it that way. Infinity Ward, on the other hand, went, we know better than our audience. We're going to make the game that we know will be better than what we've already done. And Modern Warfare 22 came out, and it scrapped a shitload of features and things that made Modern Warfare 2019 enjoyable, and made it so much worse. Like, sliding was a cool thing. People liked sliding around, fast and fluid. Modern Warfare 2 nerfed it to oblivion, and they replaced it with dolphin diving, and dolphin diving in Modern Warfare 2 was shit. Barely fucking served a purpose. It was horribly slow, shit, sucked. Shooting was horrible. They added this horrible visual recoil that they thought people would like because people liked that Modern Warfare 2019 was more realistic. All this sort of shit happened. All from a studio that have made some of the greatest Call of Duty games. Why has that happened? Because they got too confident and they think we know best. And RGG Studio have done the exact same thing. They could make good games still in such a short amount of time. They have shown that. But it's their insistence that, yeah, we should do this because this is a better idea, that has plagued them. Like, for example, oh yeah, 2 fighting styles. Everyone prefers 2 fighting styles. No one prefers 2 fighting styles. Or what about, you know, we're gonna fucking do this with the Dragon Boost mode because we think this is better than Extreme Heat. And that's not. They think they know best. And they don't. And that's exactly what's happened with the RGG franchise. So, you know, you can say it's Yokoyama's fault, all this sort of shit, but at the end of the day, it's just them just not listening to, I mean, that's a big thing. They don't listen to feedback. Even, I don't know if you'd want me to tell everyone this, but like, you guys know Crystal, I still don't know how to pronounce it. She told me that she went to a Pirate Yakuza pre-release event, and Froob had similar experience as well when he did his Pirate Yakuza thing, that they said, oh yeah, I think this is good, but it could do this, this and that, and like one of the things that I remember Froob was saying was like, yeah, 1 heat bar is a bit weird. And none of that feedback was taken into account because they think, fucking what would they know? What would these people know? What would these people that play all of our games, like a speedrunner, dude? If I'm going to listen to the opinion of anyone about my game, I'm going to look at like a casual player, a diehard player, and a speedrunner. Speedrunner is going to know the game in and out like crazy. That's what like fucking Nintendo did with like Tears of the Kingdom and shit. They looked at what the speedrunners were doing and tried to work things around that. Worked in some areas, didn't work in others, but it was still better than them just being like, yeah, fucking, we're going to do what we want. No. Don't do it. Yeah, also, Outcasted Rum, you saying that? It very clearly is the case that they want to do one fighting style, but they know that going back to one fighting style is just the nail in the coffin for them. That's why Mina only has one fighting style. And, why you can just stick with one fighting style in Kiwami 3 and like never get punished for it. It's because they clearly just don't want to do multiple fighting styles anymore. Because again, they think that they know best. You don't! Do 4! Everyone likes 4. Everyone likes Yakuza 4. Just ask everyone that likes, you know, fucking Rubber Bullets. No one had any problems with the Yakuza 4. The joke is that everyone had problems with the Yakuza 4. But yeah. Pardon me. It's a complete hang on, I don't ignorance, I think. Ignorance where all these words are thrown at them and they look in the opposite direction and then they think that everything they're doing is fine because they're not actually paying attention to anything. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And it's also because me saying before earlier in the stream how they're so locked into what the Japanese market says that they don't care about the international market despite how much bigger it is. But like, if you want a successful game, you want to look at every market and try to get the best package for as many of those people as possible, because that'll sell the best and then it'll also end up just being the best. You don't want it to be like, you know, appeals to everyone, because then you get something really bland and boring. But you also don't want to appeal to one very specific core part of your audience, which is the Japanese people in this case. And I know this is going to sound like the most insane thing you've ever heard in your entire life, but I know from experience, my dad is an autistic boomer. All of Japan is, it doesn't matter if they're like 2 years old or 200 years old, they're all autistic boomers. All of them. Like, literally. And my dad is always like, I don't want to go to Japan. And I always just think, dude, you'd fit in so fucking well. Everyone is just you. It's just a bunch of Japanese people that are just you. And these sorts of people would look at something like Kiwami 3 and they go, yeah, this is awesome. Because they don't like thinking, oh, this thing that I really like, but I don't like it now. But I can't possibly not like it now because I really like it. So I'm going to keep liking it. They can't ever have a change in opinion. That's what my dad's like. You know, if I can... Let's say he's really big into a TV show and then there's a shit episode of the TV show. He can't ever just think like, yeah, this is a shit episode in the TV show. He has to be like, no, this is still good because I like the TV show. I can't think of anything different. That's what I like. Yes, my dad is a 200-year-old Japanese man. Secretly. He's secretly Chinese. But, yeah, a lot of the Japanese reaction to Kiwami 3, there was still some negativity in comparison to previous entries, as there was in most audiences. But a lot of them just went, wow, this is so cool and fun. And you look at it like all these like YouTubers and stuff over in Japan that were playing the game and all they were doing was praising it. They were like, ha ha ha, ha ha, look Kiri, big funny Kiri man, in funny sub story. He's got his phone put sticker on it. Like my dad. That's what my dad's like. And so they all like that shit. And so then a lot of the general Japanese audience went, oh well, my favorite YouTuber likes it, so therefore I like it. Instead of thinking for themselves. Gambler's fallacy. Weebro? Yeah. That's pretty much what it's like. Where they're just like, yep, this thing that I like, it can't ever possibly change. It always is good. I will dedicate my entire life to it, even when it becomes shit. I also like the Kiwami 3 and Dark Ties OSTs. Why can't I walk through this one bush? But I don't really like anything else about the game. Fuck! Watch this. Man. Watch this. Oh, oh. No one. I'm not looking at the fucking screen. I missed that guy every single time I attacked him. He just fell over. Yeah, also Kiwami 3 being too easy. That's another thing that they're just trying to push, is trying to make sure the games are as easy as possible. Not in the way that, like, this game is insanely easy because, you know, you're so powerful, but it's just easy because, like, the enemies just, like, they don't fight back. That's something I noticed when I first played the demo, is, like, you just stand still and the enemies just don't attack you. The stream is just an excuse to out my dad, yeah. That's what he's like. And my mum and I can't help but notice my dad gets more autistic every day. And I always say to him, that's where I get it from. And he's like, shut up. What would you know? But anyway. If Mine landed on that bush, Q3's ending would be very different. Bro's just in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. The bush is made of Shishido? Is that because it goes hard? Like Shishido? Anyway. Japan is conservative, just like my dad. But yeah, because the general audience reaction to Kiwami 3 from Japan is, wow, it's so fun. Wow, I like when I like when fucking Yagami gets stuck in the back of a truck in a skateboard. There we go. I like when funny thing happened to big not funny man, big serious man, with like the sub stories and minigames. Hi side girls, wow, so cute and cool. Instead of ever actually like thinking about the games critically, shits me off. Of course, you get like the Western side where a lot of the internet is just like too cynical of things, and you know they say like, oh, Red Dead Redemption 2's water physics make it so that when Arthur dips his penis in there, like does a little like, you know, I don't know if that picked up on the mic. And you get people that say, oh well, because this other game doesn't have the same water physics, it's worse, and it's like, yeah, you're just fucking grasping at straws right now. But Reggie's right. At the end of the day, if the game's not fun, why bother? And that's the thing with the Yakuza games, is that they're just doing the same thing over and over again, and they're just making the experience worse and worse and worse, and so it's getting less and less fun. And so there's just no point in fucking dealing with it anymore, because it's just not fun anymore. This is fun. I could do this over and over again, and it's fun. But if there was like, if they made a Lost Judgment 2, you know, a Judgment 3, and it was just Lost Judgment again, I'd still fucking enjoy it because of Lost Judgment, but I'd be pissed off because it's just Lost Judgment. And if I wanted to play Lost Judgment, I'd play Lost Judgment. So they could get that and improve on it. You know? Pirate Yakuza and Kiwami 3. They could have looked at Lost Judgment and been like, okay, let's sit down and think. What do they do wrong here? Okay, how about we actually make the game a little harder? No, they're not going to do that. Perhaps Tiger style is still too powerful. We shouldn't do a style like the Tiger style. Just kidding. We're just going to make everything the Tiger style. Come on, man. The model is fucked. Yeah, I have seen people complain about the Kiwami 3 armor model because it's like the wrong armor. Anyway. I love you as well, Snell Vivo. I haven't fought him due to not playing the game. Based? Maybe the true stranger in heaven. Can't even get either game title right. Dude, I straight up, like, I sent my brother a text yesterday. Hang on, I'm gonna read the text I sent to him. Hold up. Let's find it. I said something about the Microsoft thing that I was saying at the start of the stream, where I was basically saying that like they clearly are desperate for money for whatever reason. I don't know if it's because the project's gotten too big for their pants, or they want the project to be too big for their pants, you know. But they clearly need the money. Viva la vida! And I was talking to my brother about that, about how like I can't believe they accepted this Microsoft deal. And I said, but like I've been saying, a 1 year break won't kill them, but with how Stranger of Paradise has been going for them, maybe a 1 year break would kill them. Fuck! Stranger than heaven. But can be romantically if you like. Parasocially, yes. And I'm gonna... Oh, wait, is that the fucking batting cage? Reflected in the window? Oh no, that's just a building. Is that screen space? Yeah, it is a screen space reflection. Yeah, it's that one over there. It's just a different color for some reason. Anyway. Whoa! Fully Baked, you saying that as well? One of the funniest things about Kiwami 3 is that even if you, like I've said this before, even if you can excuse like all the just dog shit Sega's been up to recently, you can't. Because Kiwami 3 is just like, you know, not good. Also, holy shit, there's a lot of cars here. This is the biggest traffic jam I've ever seen in Yokohama. And this guy's parked over the line, you fucking idiot. You fucking idiot. Now these cars coming this way can't get past you. You dumb bitch. Is he gonna go? That's green, brother. Alright, I've obviously just got him distracted. He just doesn't care. No wonder the traffic jam's built up. This dude's dead. Dead at the wheel. No, he's blinking. And now he's honking at me. Okay. Yep. Yeah, I was the cause of all your problems, bro. And now the light's red. Okay, good one. Bro. Bro. What do you mean character development? Yeah, I agree fully baked. I'm just saying though that the sort of people who are like, oh, I don't care, I'm still going to get the game anyway, are probably regretting that decision right now. Like me! Fuck! Sorry, I just got angry. Holy shit. I hope there's a Crimson Lotus party in here. Yeah. What is this? I'm just pissed off, man. I'm just pissed off at how much of a, you know, like a resurgence, a growth, fucking everything good, and everything good, basically, that the Yakuza series was having. It was going so well. They're doing such a good job. Also, yeah, these bushes you can't walk through. They were doing such a good job. Everyone was so proud of them. Everyone was so happy. And then they just threw it all away because they don't care. They were like, "Yep, you know, all these fans that like us, we're gonna ignore them, and we're gonna appeal to these people that don't exist. We're gonna make the games way too fucking easy. We're gonna make them way too simple. We're gonna pretend as if we have content by showing you 800,000 text-only scenes in this stupid side minigame that has the same structure of every other minigame we've ever done. Oh, you gotta defeat the 5 villains. Ooh, whoa, whoa. And then there's like the one character you constantly interact with throughout this entire thing. Oh, they're so cool. Even Pirate Yakuza did that. It's the whole pirate crew thing, and it's like tied to the main story, and you could have just had the fucking recurring character be Masaru or Jason or something like that, but they had to introduce that woman, whatever her name was, who's just there. And she's like, oh, that's my dad's pistol, or whatever the fuck. Do you guys remember what I'm talking about in Pirate Yakuza? It's like that girl, whoever she was, I don't remember. Why do they go so far to just to fucking grind away at the same formula that they even go pull shit out of their ass like that? Because all these other things, Gaiden had the receptionist / Akame as your like go-to person for this overarching thing. At least the arena was fun. Pirate Yakuza had that girl. Kiwami 3 has the leader of the High Star Girls. You get fucking Infinite Wealth has the dude from Yakuza 4 as like the Sujimon guy, and then in Dondoko Island it's the dude that like runs the island. It's always going to be like that one NPC that guides you along in your stupid side minigame thing. Yakuza 7 has Eri, at least she's a party member. What else is there? Kiwami 2 has Majima. Yakuza 6 has the dude from the Clan Creator minigame. They just keep doing it. Fuck you, chair. Anyway. Captain Beef. Yeah, family gem gets stolen or whatever. Yeah, she's just like, hello, I'm here. I'm here to fill an obligation that they've set themselves for some reason. That just means nothing. Fuck these chairs. But unique friend is enemy? Yeah. And it's just so annoying because it's like, I feel like any other game developer can look at, let's say for example, oh god, sorry, I just thought about how even Treyarch, and like maybe even fucking Infinity Ward with Call of Duty, can look at them just going, okay, we're just doing the same shit every year and it's just getting worse. What do we do to fix this? Got an idea, guys. We'll reinvent the wheel. Reboot or something like that. We'll do a Black Ops 6. We'll try like reinvigorating the hype and the energy into the series. Let's do this. You can sprint in all directions. Whoa, boom, Black Ops 6. Even they can look at something like this if they were to make this and go, yeah, we're just shooting ourselves in the head every year. And apparently RGG Studio can't do that, or Sega. They just look at them just doing the same shit every time and it's just getting worse and worse and worse and it's getting more boring, more stale, more repetitive. And they go, yeah, let's keep doing this. And then the table's fucking floating in the fucking... The Ubisoftification, yeah. Ubisoft. You look at a series like Assassin's Creed, there was a reason why it was a yearly franchise. It's because it was an incredible franchise that everyone really liked and everyone bought. People had their complaints, you know, tailing missions were annoying. And then it started getting a bit stale towards Assassin's Creed 3, and then they're like, boom, Black Flag. And everyone goes, whoa, holy shit. Oh my god. And then they just killed themselves. They're like, yep, Assassin's Creed Unity, it's going to be buggy as shit. Assassin's Creed Unity was actually pretty cool. But it's going to be terrible, and then we're going to do Syndicate, and it's going to be just fucking shit. And then we're just going to take a year break, and then completely change the franchise so it's not even remotely similar to what it was. Make it an RPG for some reason. And then it'll also suck. What's wrong with him? Ichiban's bowling team or some shit. Dude, Yakuza 0 and its consequences, because Yakuza 0 introduced that sort of... I mean, actually, I think there was like something before it, but it was like Yakuza 0 was like, yeah, this is how we do this formula. Boom. Just like this. If Stranger in Heaven is not legitimately Stranger of Heaven, if Stranger of Paradise is not legitimately God tier, I don't know if they can come back. You see, here's the thing, Stranger of Paradise is God tier. No, but Stranger than Heaven. Yeah, there's a lot of people saying like, oh yeah, I can forgive the fact that the series has like literally just like passed the bat to someone and kneecapped themselves. I can totally forgive that for Stranger Than Heaven. How disappointed are you going to be if it comes out and it's just like, yeah, it's alright. You know? I know I'd be disappointed, but at the same time, I've already felt that way. I've already been like, you know, oh, here's Kiwami 3. Maybe Kiwami 3 can save them. And then it came out and it was, eh. Yeah, I was at 5 taxi stuff and the, like, racing. Is this traffic jam still going? Are you serious? That car's still parked there. Holy shit, I've literally never seen this. This is so funny. There you go. Yeah, I mean, I already, I don't want to make Yakuza videos anymore, if I'm to be completely honest, but I just don't know what I'd do. Like, one of the reasons why I did Yakuza videos in the first place, I've said this before, is because it's like, because it was a niche franchise, but it was like growing. There were so that's literally Yokoyama in that car there. What the fuck? There were so many topics that just like hadn't been covered, so many ideas that hadn't been explored in terms of like Yakuza content on YouTube. Because not to, you know, not to shit on fucking all of the YouTubers and shit, but like, it's still kind of like this, where a lot of Yakuza content on YouTube is just, it's just gameplay, or it'll be like a reaction video or something like that, or some meme or something, you know, like showing off a mod that someone did or something like that. There was never really anything quite like Pokemon YouTube, for example. Pokemon YouTube has a lot of different things, a lot of different topics, and a lot of different ideas and kinds of videos and stuff. And that just didn't exist for Yakuza. So I thought, you know what? This would be easy. I've got plenty of ideas, and this series is very inspiring. I can come up with a lot of creative things. So I'll start making videos. And, you know, how about this? Weird things in the Yakuza games. What about these stairs that magically rotate every couple of years? Stuff like that. And so that's why I stuck with this series. I had so many ideas that I could do, and I just feel like I don't really have that with many other games. And then also I have terabytes of footage of this series. And I don't really have many gigabytes of footage of anything else. But now I just am so hateful of everything that I don't really want to make videos anymore for this fucking series, because I'm just gonna, every video of mine would just be like, alright guys, here's Like a Dragon 9. I fucking hate it, I hate it, I hate them, I hope they fucking die. That's gonna be the video, and it's not intentional. It just will happen. Takoyaki. But yeah, I don't want to do. Oh. Yeah, I mean, fully baked. Even looking at like character analysis stuff, for a game series that was so fucking traffic jams going all the way back there now. for a game series that was so carried by its characters, it was kind of surprising how little there was of like looking at the characters. It was mostly like around like 2020, 2021. Pretty much it was just like, oh, here's Kazuma Kiryu, here's Akira Nishikiyama, here's Goro Majima, and that's it. Instead of like more interesting characters like fucking Kawana, for example. Obviously, in 2020, Kawana didn't exist, but still. Become a Tekken content creator? True. Yeah, well, it's something like Tekken as well, like the sort of content that works for that. Snow Elf, Beast Mode, hello. Oh, something like Tekken. A lot of the content for that series is people that like understand and play and whatever competitively, which I don't. So even though Tekken I think is very like creatively inspiring series and I really like it, I just feel like I couldn't really bring much to the table. So that's what I'm sort of struggling with. Obviously I don't have to be like some revolutionary content creator or anything like that, but it's just I'm gonna have more fun if I can do something more unique. And then I think me having more fun will make better videos and I can entertain more people. Boom. TMC content. I've played Devil May Cry 4. I don't remember how far I got into it though, but I've only played 5. Really? It's the only one I've beaten. No, Tekken, so Tekken is not in a worse state than RGG Studio. It's just like, people's desire to stick with the series and to stick with the games is getting harder because they keep on just doing like shit updates. That's basically it. As opposed to Sega, where it's just like they're just making like entirely shit games and then completely fucking abandoning them like a month later. And then doing like stupid business decisions like Yakuza 0 Director's Cut and stuff like that. Like Tekken 8 has the Tekken store, but it's not like, you know, you have to pay $50 to play as Kazuya and then $50 more to play as Jin. Something like that. You just gotta buy the season passes. Which is very typical for a lot of games anyway. So it's not like they're doing anything particularly bad. Thank you, Ute, the 3132. Is that like Hoot Hoot from Pokemon? Whoa. But yeah. Also, yeah, saying the downfall really started around 8. Really what it was just like... 8 had some problems surrounding it, like, for example, New Game Plus DLC and stuff. And a lot of those were just Sega making, like, stupid publishing decisions. But now it's just come to, like, RGG just making bad, just core decisions. Like, for example, one fucking Fighting Cell. This traffic jam is so big, dude. Getting a Tekken was either good or bad. Yeah, but then, speaking of, like, content updates and stuff, with a game like Tekken 8, it's like, it's in a bad state, but an update like Season 3 could have fixed it, and then they just didn't because they don't really know what they're doing. But at least it does get updates. You know, like Season 2 was pretty shit when it first came out, but then I think towards the end of Season 2 it was actually really good. Yes, it is Komarocho. Thank you though, Sarah Jessica Farter. That's a good name. How is this... What is happening with this fucking traffic jam? What is going on? Stop honking your horn at me, bitch. I'm gonna fucking analyze you right now. He's really angry about that. Wait, what if I take a photo of him? Bro's camera shy? Wait, look, he like looks straight ahead at me. Well, not directly at me, but he looks straight ahead, and then when I point the camera at him, he looks away. What the hell? That's so weird. Look at his eyes. That's so weird. You got a problem, bro? Never knew about that. Tekken Div give us Clive. Oh yeah. Until RGG makes a comeback, man. Yeah, like I think the worst part as well about RGG's fucking downfall is how easy it is to fix it, and they just haven't made any effort. Because like Tekken 8, for example, you get Season 3 update, pretty bad. The way to fix it is kind of hard, because even if they try and revert it to like vanilla Tekken 8 was pretty shit. If they try and revert it back to before the Tekken 3 or Season 3 update, something like that, there are still many issues. Like, it's really hard. But with this series, it's so easy. It's just Sega needs to fucking stop making stupid decisions, and then they basically just need to just spend like an extra year and just make the game better, and that's it. That's all. And they're just never going to do that. Instead, they're just going to be like, look guys, we're going to pour all of our resources into the Stranger Than Heaven, which is like not at all guaranteed to do well. And if it does do poorly, then they're gonna further kneecap the Yakuza series. They're gonna be like, oh, we poured all this money into Stranger Than Heaven, then it didn't perform well, so we're gonna have to make the fucking Yakuza games even worse now to try and like scrap away some money. Or you could just have your whole studio be fucking shut down, bitch. Fuck you. Make the last good game Lost Judgment. Oh yeah, which I've not been playing because there's a traffic jam going on. Can't get to work. Still here. They need to not be allergic to money, yes indeed. I've said before that, you know, people say, oh, Sega are clearly money hungry. No, they fucking hate it. They hate money. They hate making money. Like, one of their biggest pet peeves is whenever they make money. As they try to do everything in their power to make less money. Whoop-bam! Still more likely to be successful, yeah, than Gang of Dragon. Yeah, you're not wrong. Probably the worst thing to happen to the series, yeah. But it's also like Switchblade, I think was his name, or her, or their, I don't know. Korean modder, I believe. It was like the fucking day that Kiwami 3 came out. Switchblade made a mod that was like slowly being updated in the demo, and it just fixed a shitload of the gameplay problems. Or the combat problems, at least, in Kiwami 3. Thanks. And it wasn't like I really dislike that a lot of mods. It's in a lot of games, but in the Yakuza games, it'll be like, oh yeah, here we go. Here's my mod to fix the combat of Lost Judgment. We're gonna make it that you like switch styles in -2 frames, and you can juggle enemies forever, and you have like all these broken, overpowered combos and shit, and the enemies just can't fight back, because that's not fun. But what is fun is Switchblade's mod just adding back like heat actions that should have been there that were removed, or making it so that finishing holds are optional. You can press a button to do it, like how it always has been. Doing stuff like that. And the fact that an amateur, because amateur doesn't mean bad, it just means not paid for it, an amateur fan modder can fix a shitload of the problems within like a week that apparently these developers can't do within months or years. It doesn't make any sense. Like I said this in the podcast I did with the lads as well. I cannot fathom that there was a team of people, an entire team of people, that had been dedicating their daily lives to this one single video game for however long it was. At this point it feels like 2 days. And the thing with game development is that when you do like coding stuff and you do all this sort of shit, you don't just sort of do it and then just leave it and chuck it and let someone else deal with it. You got to test things a lot of the times. A lot of behind the scenes footage you'll see at every developer's desk. They've got like a PlayStation controller next to them, and because when they do something, they have to grab the controller, make sure it works. They have to play it and they have to fiddle around with things. They have to make sure that if I press triangle 1 billion times in a second, that the game won't crash. You know, they got to do that sort of stuff. And I can't believe that there were people that had these games for such a long time, or this game, and all of these problems that you can spot in 5 seconds of playing, they apparently couldn't. It doesn't make any sense. I can understand, and I just crack my knuckles, and I've done this where I will edit a video and there'll be a typo, and I don't spot the typo on the first go, and I will reread that sentence 1,000 times. and I'll never spot that typo. And someone will come in and spot that immediately. And it's because I've just become so used to just doing this thing over and over, which is just reading this statement, that I know how it's supposed to look, whatever, that I just don't notice it. That sort of stuff happens all the time. But I can't believe they did this. Especially as well, it obviously wouldn't have been the same teams and stuff, but like, they would have had to have gone through and test Kiwami 1 and 2 and Yakuza 0 and stuff, and they would have seen what works in those games and what's fun in those games, would have played those and be like, oh, that's actually pretty cool, I like doing that. And somehow they couldn't have applied that same logic to anything in Kiwami 3. Also, hello, you to the 13331234293. Thank you. No, I don't want Kiwami 4 at this point, because Yakuza 4 is fun. Everyone says Yakuza 4 is the worst Yakuza game. It's actually very fun. That's the big takeaway. That's the Chinese doctor from Yakuza 0. Holy shit. That calls him Lee-san. Engagement bait. Yeah, continue with the story the OG3 established. How about this? Because, you know, lots of people suggest that you skip Yakuza 3. Watch this, watch this. You play Yakuza 0, and then Kiwami, and then Kiwami 2, and then instead of playing Yakuza 3, you play Neo 3, and then you play Yakuza 4, and you try and connect the story. It might be very confusing, but you'll get there. Boom. Oh, is it switch screen? You might be right, switch screen. But yeah, I also saw fixing the QuickTime events. Fuck!
What a waste.
We mean first person view, Serica Jessica Parker. Fighter. In like this. Yeah, Maddie. Saying that Kiwami 3 is like not in the cards, basically, and then it was. Persona 4. Come have a wedding and marry your own Mako Daito event. Yeah. Japan's so weird with that sort of shit as well. It is again though my previously established theory that everyone in Japan is an autistic boomer. Autistic people are the sort of people that would legally marry a video game character, and then events like that happen a lot in Japan. Not, you know, weddings necessarily. There could be other things, but they like that sort of shit. Also, I think all these cars being here makes it so that none of the other cars can spawn in. There's like no other cars on the street. But yeah, because like my dad, for example, is really big into car shows. And he'd be the kind of guy who would be so willing to go through all this effort to fucking fly over to like England or something to meet some of these car people. Even if it's... What? Holy shit, it's moving. Even if it's for like nothing, like if it's not like a meetup or anything like that, it's just like an event where there's just like a cardboard cutout or whatever the host of whatever car show, he would do that. That's what Japan would do. Holy shit, it's finally moving. I can't believe that. Jackbox Party Pack 3 above Resident Evil 4? Come on, bro. Tanimura's disappearance is him getting recruited to the Daidoji. Yeah. Like Top Gear. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, I'd definitely, if Top Gear was still around, I mean, it is still around, but if, let's be real, if Top Gear was still around, I'd go over there to watch a show. I wouldn't go over there to do, like, a fucking cardboard cutout meet and greet thing with some random publisher where they take a photo and then that's it. But Japanese people would. I don't know what's wrong with them. No, I do know what's wrong with them. Autism. Oh! To every marketing thing you can for Stranger Than Heaven, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's a funny little concept, but it's just the fact that that's, like, not... You look at something like that, and here in the West, we're like, what the fuck? But over in Japan, they'd be like, oh yeah, another one of those. The fact that that's the reaction... Yeah, no, that's weird. Holy shit, it's real life, Yamashita Park. Wait. Yeah, Yamashita's one in real life. The skateboard's kind of weird, but I think it's a bit more exciting than the Segway. Which, just real quick, Kiwami 3 kept in the Segway. They made it like fuel-powered. Pretty funny. But holy shit, can they come up with another fucking idea? 3 games in a row, man. At least in Hawaii, it made sense because they had like a whole story establishment of like, oh yeah, street servers. We're gonna make them take over the streets. Gran Turismo. Bro, I'll never forget my brother making me help him with a 4-hour endurance race in Gran Turismo 5 many years ago. Where we'd take turns every hour, and I was so bored, I fucking hated Gran Turismo 5. I don't like racing games. Yeah, also, Noah, that's something I haven't brought up. All of the Stranger Than Heaven social media posts from the Stranger Than Heaven accounts, Japan or English, Jesus. They all have comments disabled, and they're probably doing it because they know that they have a huge target on their backs from being massive C words for the last, you know, like 14 months at this point. But it's very silly of them because having comments and engagement and whatever, it just helps with social media algorithms. And you look at something like what Bandai Namco do, and like Pokemon and stuff like that. There's like the whole Wendy's thing of like being an arsehole to your fans, but then there's like the Bandai Namco thing where they will do like a funny meme, and everyone goes, "Oh my god, they did the meme!" Like Keep It 1000, you know, John Dragon Ball, whatever his name is. For fucking Xenoverse 3, they do stuff like that, and that's just like a simple way to engage with fans, even if it's just one person representing an entire company. But yeah, they just did that, which again just goes to show that they really just don't care about their fucking audience and having any sort of meaningful relationship with them. Pardon me. I mean, if you view them purely as a source of income, whatever, most businesses do. But if you make it obvious that you view them as purely as a source of income, I don't know if anyone's really going to like you. I've not played the silly Kiwami 2 mod. Jon Snowius. No, Tony Frosted Flake. His name is Stan Heaven because it's stranger than heaven. See? Stan Heaven. Unless you marry Snoop Dogg, yeah. Oh, dude. I'm a businessman. Yeah, Kyrian roller skates would have been so much more interesting. It would have been hilarious. Also, yeah, it would have made sense given that it's 2009. It's popular back then. The sub-story could have been fucking one of the orphanage kids rocks up in roller skates, and Kiri's like, "Whoa, that looks so cool. Can I have a go?" And then boom. And he's like, "Wow, now I can feel like I'm more in touch with the kids, you know? I'm doing what they think is cool." Oh yeah. Yeah, Noah. Very true. The only way you can sort of interact with people and like build a community and have discussion and stuff with Stranger Than Heaven is if you go out of your way to do it. Go onto like unofficial pages or like Discord or something like that. It's similar as well. Like I have basically like, well, no, I have one IRL person. Yeah, paid dating pals for life. I have one IRL person I can talk to about anything Yakuza related, and it's my brother. But then on the internet, like, it's getting fewer and fewer because some of my friends, like, I've got one mate who he's like gotten like 100% in a lot of the Yakuza games, but he hasn't played like any of the recent ones, and he just doesn't care about the series anymore. And so I can't really like interact with him or anything like that. So obviously I'm a YouTuber. It's a bit easier for me. But if I was just an ordinary person and I was like, oh man, I wish there was like some funny memes I could interact with and stuff, or something cool to get me hyped for Stranger Than Heaven. Nah, it's just Snoop Dogg. That's it. Can't look at the comments and read a funny comment like you can with other game franchises. Like I really like going onto social media posts or YouTube comments, that sort of stuff on like something I enjoy and just seeing something funny. There was a comment I saw recently about someone saying Ike from Fire Emblem is always treated as like a Giga Chad, and then Marth is treated as like a little femboy twink. And then meanwhile, Marth has a wife and Ike has 2 boyfriends, and I thought that was fucking hilarious. And you know, it's simple psychology, that it's something like that, some little funny thing associated with something else gives you more of a positive reception of the something else, you know? But not anymore. Oh man, it was like literally, it wasn't even a month. I just really want to emphasize this. Not even a full month, which means, because it was February, means it wasn't even 28 days. So it wasn't even 30 days or anything like that. That RGG Studio on their Western social media accounts stopped posting about Kiwami 3. Like they didn't try to do anything with it at all. They clearly knew it was a lost cause, which makes sense. But they weren't even trying to recover its reputation. They were just doing their shitty like, oh, hi, Psy girls. Something like that. Or like, oh, get into the Kiwami mood, and it's just a screenshot from Kiwami 3. Boring. And now, as of March, like 7th, whatever it was, 7th of March, was like the last Kiwami 3 related post. And they're just doing like posts of like the whole series, mostly Infinite Wealth, because they know people like that game. But yeah, if even your publishers and your marketers and your social media people and your developers and all this sort of shit, if even they have lost confidence in your series, what do you think the audience is going to think? Soth, the father of Ike's children. True? Yeah, it's Ranulf and Soren are his 2 boyfriends. And Titania is his mum. Little Fire Emblem jokes for everyone. Butcha! One hell yeah for Infinite Wealth. Yeah. Even like, because I'm pretty sure it's all the same people, and I mean, it doesn't really matter if I say this sort of shit anyway. It's not like I'm fucking ever have a chance of ever doing any sort of work with Sega ever again. But like Carlos Lopez, he's, I forget what his exact title is. It's like community manager, I think, is what it is for the Yakuza series. And you go onto his account, and obviously it's his account. It's not like directly tied to Sega or anything like that. It's just him. But all he posts about is he'll do like Virtual Fighter things. Like he's clearly like the social media manager for Virtual Fighter 6/5. And then just like the most random things ever. And then like the sort of content creators and shit that he interacts with are clearly just people that only he wants to interact with. Not people that would be better for whatever game he's working with. It's just people that he likes. Completely. So it'll be like some random YouTuber that's got like 1,000 subscribers, something like that, that he came across that he thought was funny. That'll be it. Or a big YouTuber, something like that. And like, yeah, Brent, he was doing a great job with the social media stuff. Obviously, this whole Kiwami 3 situation's thrown a massive wrench in his work. But he would do funny stuff like I remember the cow video from Infinite Wealth where they just posted Defiant Charm, like the full song. And he just went into his game and recorded a cow. Just there on the beach. And a post like that's funny. It stands out. It's unique and whatever. But it's also trying to do their job of like marketing and managing the social media presence of this series. But yeah, now they've just like completely fucking given up. And they just don't care. And again, it's hard. It's hard for them, but it's their job. Now I say as well, lots of people don't understand this. Lots of people got mad at me for getting mad about all this sort of stuff. But of course, because of me and what I do on this YouTube channel, that sort of failure affects me. And there's nothing I can do about it. You know? Like, Kiwami 3 not being popular. I was so fucking disappointed by everything to do with Kiwami 3 that I wasn't even bothered to make content on it. But if I was, a lot of my content would have not at all been popular. Unless it was, you know, a fucking hit piece. And it's, again, because of their failures. It affects me. And the same thing happened with Pirate Yakuza. Pirate Yakuza wasn't very popular. And I made a lot of videos on Pirate Yakuza, and none of them were popular. Yakuza 0 Director's Cut. Yakuza 0 is popular. And my video on Director's Cut has over 200,000 views. One of the best videos on my channel. It also got more views than any of the trailers for Yakuza 0 Director's Cut, which is so funny. But there's a direct correlation. Yakuza 0 is marketed much better. It's got much more presence online. So, something online to do with it. Gets more popular. Sega lost their judgment, yes. But yeah, it's annoying because when Sega don't do their job well, it means I can't do my job well. And that's why all of March I just didn't fucking give a fuck. And I just sat here playing video games, and then also, I mean, I sort of alluded to this in the description, but I'll just say it here now. My mum's dad passed away recently, and he was a hoarder. And so me and my family have been spending a lot of time this month, or last month, it's the 1st of April here, cleaning out his property because it's been sold and we need to clean it all out so it can be renovated and sold to the new people and all this sort of stuff. And it's been a massive fucking job. We've spent so many weeks emptying out all this shit. There's so much stuff, and we got to make sure we don't chuck out anything like that is of any value or that is personal value, all this sort of shit. It's been very difficult, so that's what I spent most of my time in March doing. But still, yeah, it was just massively disheartening, and I had no motivation about making any sort of Yakuza videos after not only was Kiwami 3 shit, but then everything leading up to Kiwami 3 was also shit. They just did they did such horrible damage control. It was so just, if you're a lecturer at university or something like that, and you're doing like a marketing class, you just link to the RGG Studio Twitter account, and you say, don't do this. That's it. That's all you have to do. Just tell it to you. Yeah, sure. Save us from witnessing this downfall. No, it should have ended with lost judgment. As RGG thinks he wants to continue Judgment 3. Yeah. It's very annoying. I said this as well when I was playing the Kiwami 3 demo, just about all their stupidity and how much it's pissed me off. But it truly has. I don't know. It's a great view right now. Glad I'm just sitting here with the HUD off. Watch this, I'm going to turn off my webcam, and then turn off the chat, and you guys, oh wow, look at that, beautiful. I got a similar view to this in real life. Instead of playing Japanese GTA, we can just play GTA. Yeah. But yeah, it's very difficult, and like, it's annoying too because obviously I'm not the professional, and obviously I don't know what sort of behind the scenes things were going on, like how much they could or couldn't say. A lot of these people responsible for all this sort of marketing and public response and all this sort of stuff, public relations. I don't remember, PR. Personal record. I don't know how much they could have done that sort of stuff, but I just sort of think about how not YouTuber me, but me personally. This would be the part where I'd say my real name, but I'm not going to say it. I feel like I could have done such a better job than all of these people that work at Sega in terms of the reaction to Kiwami 3, and then also the general just audience perspective on the franchise now, and on the company, and parent company Sega, all this sort of shit. And I can't fathom how they couldn't fucking figure it out. Like, obviously, like, cutting out cutting out Kagura is a bit difficult. But if they were quick on the draw, they could have just, boom, done it. All of the controversy would have just fucking flown out the window. Instantly gone. Director's cut still existed. However, at that time, what we knew of Director's Cut was that it was just a bit of an unfortunate game for Switch 2 owners. But then comes along, hey guys, we're going to completely replace the original Yakuza 0, Kiwami, and Kiwami 2 with these new things. Everyone went, that's a terrible idea. And they went, sorry, they had their fingers in their ears. Sorry, what'd you say? La 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 la. Do it anyway. They could have provided some sort of better alternative than, or buy the complete package for Yakuza 3 Remastered. You fuckwits. What's wrong with you? All these sorts of things. There's such, like, simple answers that don't cost them $1 billion and instead just make them more money. And they just refuse to do any of that. Rainbow Six Siege stream next week. Dude, I'm like level 76 on the Battle Pass in Rainbow Six Siege. How crazy is that, guys? Yeah. Will RGG continue to milk like a dragon in Stranger Than Heaven? Who knows? I have no idea. Hodi Abu Hodiabu. I was saying towards the start, it could be a spin-off of the Yakuza series, it could be a prequel, but it also could just easily be similar to Judgment, where it's like set in the same world, you know? Like the RGG studio version of Japan has Kamurocho, even if the stories aren't connected. Could just do something like that, who knows? But anyway. True. You went hard for Snake, nice. Yeah, Snake's actually pretty fun to play as, although I'm actually a recruit main, and that's not a joke. There you go, fun fact to all the Siege players out there. Anyway, I'm just ranting. I'm just pissed off. I've been working on a video for a long time now for Kiwami 3. Been mostly interrupted by, like, the stuff I've had to do this, or last month. But then also just not really having any motivation. If you want, though, I've still got the playlist on my channel of videos I edited for other YouTubers. I made a couple of Popper 1 videos recently, and they're very good. Everyone should go watch those. If you want Snowy's Hey, Say My Name content, technically you can do that, even though it's not me, it's him. But still, doing that as well, that's been more enjoyable than trying to be positive about this series. I have thought as well, like, after this Kiwami 3 video, maybe I'll do a video of, like, talking about my favorite songs from each game, because I thought, you know, that's my favorite part about every game is the music. And music's very important to me. I quite like Kiwami 3's soundtrack, even though the whole game is shit. Pardon me. So I sort of thought, like, maybe I can bring a bit more positivity to my channel. But I don't know. If anything, the only way I'm going to get positivity in my channel is if I do a video on Stranger of Paradise Final Fantasy Origin. Am I right, fellas? Which I genuinely had so much fun making that video. There was so much I wanted to talk about, but I wanted the video to be short, and it was so good. I loved making that video. I'm glad people liked it. Even though people were mad that I clickbaited them, but it was intentional, because Kiwami 3 doesn't reserve any respect. There's a Tom for here. Oh. But yeah. That will be pretty much the only way I can bring positivity back to this channel, is if I just start talking about something that isn't Yakuza. Anyway, let's talk about Resident Evil. Become Devilion 8. Devilion 9. That's it. Devilion 8's a stream channel. More Final Fantasy videos. True, could do that. Massive fan of Final Fantasy, or SMT, that sort of shit. I love those games. And you know, I have my problems with different Final Fantasy games. I've seen, like, Call of Duty, for example. Fucking loved Call of Duty, and I watched it drop off massively. I know the difference between when there's just a bad game in a series and when the series is, like, it has started tripping down the stairs, and now we are now watching it slowly roll down the stairs, and when it hits the ground, it hits its head too hard and it dies. That's what's going to happen. And, you know, it's not that I want this series to die, but it fucking will, unless they pull their heads in and do something big to turn things around. Like, for example, giving the fucking franchise to a different company at this point, for God's sake. Give it to... like, genuinely, just give it to fucking, like, Team Ninja. They would do a better job. They wouldn't fuck things up as badly. Ugh. Make Neo 4. No, wait, Neo 4 is Neo 3, because Neo 3 is Stranger of Paradise. So make Neo 5 and make it a Yakuza game. Boom. You know what I mean? Final Fantasy 5 is the GOAT. I really like Final Fantasy 5. That was my first... Yeah, that was my first turn-based one that I played, was 5, I think. Maybe I played... Oh, no, I think I started playing... No, 5. Boom. It was 5. 5 was the first turn-based Final Fantasy. Anyway. Yeah, you can play Stranger of Paradise as your first Final Fantasy. Because it's a lot of... There's a lot of, like, love letters to Final Fantasy fans, but if someone isn't a Final Fantasy fan, it's still just, like, an extremely fun game. And then, if you look at these things, you're like, wow, this thing's so cool. I love the design of these enemies and these worlds and all this sort of stuff. And then you go play the other Final Fantasy games, you'd be like, whoa! Okay, Stranger of Paradise, you know? The anime Psycho Pass. I don't know what that anime is, so I apologize. No idea when Persona 4 Remake's coming out, because that first trailer was obviously like Gang of Dragon screenshots. It was a fake trailer. Yeah. Anyway, I'm getting really hungry and dehydrated and shit. Could play Bravely Default. I think I played the demo of that. I don't remember what I thought of it, but anyway. Thanks everyone for being here. I don't know when I'll stream next. Hopefully sometime soon, because places, stuff at my pop's place, that was what we call them, pop. They're starting to wind down now, so there's less work for us to do. So I should have a bit more freedom. So hopefully I can do more streams. Next stream I'll do will be Siege. No, I won't. It should though. I should do a Siege stream. That'd be funny. You guys can watch me go fucking 20-0 because I'm a beast. Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna go to the ending screen. Thanks everyone for being here. I'll see you some other time in hopefully the near future. Wow, look at that. Whoa, Lost Judgment. Peak Video Games. Goodbye. Yeah, that's genius. Titanfall 2 stream next. Man, fucking Titanfall 2. I want Titanfall 3. Ugh.